This is Jason Anderson, Chairman of the Killenly Town Council. We are calling this Town Council meeting to order. It is currently 7:05 p.m. on Tuesday, April 9th, 2024. At this time, we'll move on to the agenda. Next item up is prayer. Dear Lord and Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing us here safely this evening. We ask you for your wisdom and guidance and understanding for everything we have facing us tonight. Help us to make the right decisions for the town. And we ask you for safe travels home as well. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. For roll call purposes, all council members are in attendance. We'll move on in the agenda. Next item up, 5A and 5B, adoption of minutes of previous meetings. 5A, a special town council meeting, February 21st, 2024. 5B, a special town council meeting, March 5th, 2024. Can I get a motion to adopt these?
I'll make that motion. I'll second.
Motion has been made by Ms. Barclay, seconded by Ms. George. Discussion, corrections? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. We'll now move on the agenda. Next item up is 6A. Proclamation recognizing the month of April 2024 as Alcohol Awareness Month. Whereas Alcohol Awareness Month is a national public health awareness campaign sponsored by the National Council for Alcoholism and Drug Dependency, NCADD, developed by Marty Mann in 1987 to increase awareness and understanding of both the causes and treatment of one of our nation's top public health problems, alcoholism. And whereas Alcohol Awareness Month provides an opportunity to educate communities about the dangers of unsafe alcohol consumption and decrease stigma and misunderstandings to break down barriers to treatment and recovery. And whereas alcohol is the most used substance by youth and adults, and an estimated 95,000 people, approximately 261 per day, die from alcohol-related causes annually. And whereas according to the National Institute of Health's National Survey on Drug Use and Health shows nearly 15 million people ages 12 and older had alcohol use disorder, with the emerging trend of high-intensity drinking defined as consuming alcohol at levels 2 or more times the gender-specific binge drinking thresholds. And whereas we know that individuals and families have experienced significantly increased stress due to the pandemic, along with fear and anxiety causing strong emotions and leading to increased use of alcohol, which makes it important to know that telehealth and other online supports are available, accessible, and effective. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Killenly Town Council does hereby recognize April 2004 as Alcohol Awareness Month and urges citizens to learn about the dangers of excessive alcoholism and alcohol use by youth. Also, to learn about available treatment options and reach out to friends and family that might be at risk. Killenly Town Council, Jason Anderson, Chairman, dated at Killenly, Connecticut, this 9th day of 2024.
I can read that one.
Ms. Wakefield?
Proclamation recognizing the month of April 2024 as Autism Awareness Month. Whereas autism affects an estimated 1 in 54 children and 1 in 45 adults, and is a complex disorder that affects each person differently, resulting in unique strengths and challenges. And whereas autism can cause challenges with verbal and nonverbal communication, social interaction, and repetitive behaviors, and can affect anyone regardless of age, race, ethnicity, gender, or socioeconomic background. And whereas autism is often accompanied by medical conditions that impact quality of life, and whereas a comprehensive collaborative approach will help to advance research providing a better understanding of many forms of autism while strengthening advocacy efforts and ensuring access to services and resources throughout the lifespan. And whereas early diagnosis and intervention tailored to individual needs can have lifelong benefits, easing the transition to adulthood and fostering great independence. And whereas each person and family affected by autism should have access to reliable information, supports, and opportunities to live up to their greatest potential, and whereas the town of Killingly is honored to take part in the annual observance of Autism Awareness Month to address the diverse needs of individuals and families affected by autism. Now therefore be it resolved, the Killingly Town Council does hereby recognize April 2024 as Autism Awareness Month, and we call this observation to increase understanding and acceptance of people with autism spectrum disorders. Killingly Town Council, Jason Anderson, Chairman, dated in Killingly, Connecticut, this 9th day of April 2024.
Thank you, Ms. Wakefield. Next item up on the agenda is item 6C, proclamation recognizing the month of April 2024 as Distracted Driver Awareness Month. Whereas distracted driving can result in injuries and deaths to motorists, pedestrians, and bicyclists, and whereas the health and well-being of Killingly citizens are a direct result of increased awareness about the dangers of distracted driving, and whereas distracted driving occurs when drivers divert their attention away from the task of driving to focus on another activity, and such distractions endanger drivers, passengers, and bystander safety, and whereas 80% of all crashes and 65% of all near crashes can be attributed to some form of driver distraction. And whereas it is estimated that 1.5 million crashes per year can be attributed to cell phone use while driving, and whereas distracted driving is a serious, life-threatening practice that is preventable, and whereas in order to reduce the number of crashes and improve driver safety, Killingly motorists should dedicate themselves to adopting and maintaining self-behavior while behind the wheel. Now therefore be it resolved, the Killingly Town Council does hereby proclaim April 2024 as Distracted Driving Awareness Month, and call this observance to the attention of all citizens, encouraging all citizens to increase their awareness of the dangers of distracted driving, and promise to protect each other on the road through distraction-free driving behavior. Killingly Town Council, Jason Anderson, Chairman, dated at Killingly, Connecticut, this 9th day of April 2024. At this point, we'll move on the agenda. Next item up is 6D, presentation of Water Pollution Control Authority fiscal year 24 to 25 budget.
Good evening, all. Mr. Chairman, members of the Town Council, those citizens that are watching at home. My name is Dave Capascioni. I work in the engineering department for the town, and I'm pleased to present the proposed budget for the upcoming fiscal year. The chairman of the Water Pollution Control Authority had another engagement for tonight and is unable to attend. Okay, this year's budget is very similar to last year with a few changes. The Sewer Authority is proposing a 10% increase to their sewer user fees across the board. This first page goes over the expenditures. The top section in personnel goes over the salary and technical and overtime for the staff. In case everybody, someone listening at home doesn't realize, we transitioned from a contract operated to a town operated wastewater system a couple of years ago, so that changed a little bit at the top. Going down through the contractual services, printing, advertising, postage, all pretty similar. Professional development was combined this year with knowledge and reference materials to support training of the new staff and people that we've brought on board. Contractual services and support was combined with contractual services M&E. Just seemed to make more sense to put some of the contractual services together in one line item as opposed to two. The contractual services office includes some of the clerical work for the secretarial portion of the staff at the plant, and also for the town staff when it comes to sending out the bills and that sort of stuff. Contractual services, sewer line maintenance, is in case we need to call a contractor in for a blockage or any other unforeseen situation. Professional services, also a similar situation for on-call needs at the plant, whether it be for McVac to pump out our wet wells or pump stations, et cetera. Data processing, again, is for the bill generation in the revenue office. Electricity, a slight decrease this year. Mary and Jen both were successful in negotiating a better, more favorable rate for the use of electrical usage at the plant. Water and heat and fuel for natural gas also at the facility. We did install a new HVAC system in the admin building, which replaced a lot of the electrical heaters that were there with a gas-fired unit. Telephone and communications are just exactly what it says. The health insurance, payroll taxes, life insurance, unemployment compensation, and the pension is all part of the employees at the facility. The debt service transfer, the one that's at the top that is blank, was for the odor control project that was completed 20-some years ago, but that debt service has finally been retired. The next line, the debt service for sewer replacement, is the USDA projects that were done, where we completed over 10 miles of sewer line in the downtown area. Excuse me. Next line is for debt service for Rogers Pump Station. Remember, as part of the facility upgrade, we did a rebuild of the Rogers Pump Station in the force main. The next line is for the design of the facility upgrade that we recently completed at the Water Pollution Control Facility. And the line below that is the debt service for the construction of that project. We're not anticipating any costs for issuing debt or bonds this year. The property insurance has remained the same as last year, as well as workman's comp and the self-insured contribution and contingency. Next page continues expenditures, a little bit more of a detailed breakdown for materials and supplies, office supplies, clothing, operating supplies, chemicals, repair parts, and motor fuel. A little further down is the capital outlay for projects that are anticipated in the coming year. For capital projects, there's some continued work on pump stations, some other equipment at the facility, some I&I or inflow and infiltration work on the collection system, and some improvements to the buildings at the facility, which were originally part of the initial facilities upgrade, but due to budgetary constraints, we had to remove some of them to stay within budget. The next line item is for sewer line replacement, in case we have other areas in town that we're going to need to address as part of the II as well. And then the equipment replacement for CNR, that is for some valves at the facility, some work on the grit removal system, and some the South Shore pump station controls. And the contribution to the fund balance, not fund balance, contribution to the CNR fund would be $400,000 this year, for a total budget of expenditures of just over $6.2 million. The next slide is a graphical representation of the expenditures that we just went over. Shows the debt services and the capital projects and contractual service as the highest three expenses at the facility. Okay, next slide, please, Jen. This goes over the revenue, proposed revenue for the upcoming year. The sewer use charges that reflects the 10% increase. Our septage receiving has been diminishing every year. In fact, at this point in time, it's almost non-existent. the the use charge interest, and the miscellaneous income. Kind of vary year to year. It's tough to predict what that may or may not be, as well as the liens and miscellaneous income. Not proposing a fund balance appropriation this year. So it shows a little bit of revenue in excess of the expenditures, about $56,000. Okay, the next slide is a breakdown of the sewer use charges. Frito-Lay is at the top, is your largest single user. And it breaks down, Rogers Corporation, the metered accounts in town, Lake Road Generated, and the residential in Brooklyn. It just reflects the increase that was proposed in the budget. Next slide, please, John. Thank you. The CNR and capital projects this year. Capital projects are anticipated to be $500,000 with $100,000 in sewer line replacement and $370,000 contributed to the capital non-recurrent account. And I believe that brings us to the end. If there are any questions, I'll do my best to answer them.
I just had a question about CNR, Dave, just because I'm curious. I remember last year looking at that 1,000,040 or whatever and going, wow, and it didn't even make a dent in the CNR last year.
Correct.
So this year it's like a lot less.
Mhm.
Like, what was that, like a surplus from the switch or?
I'm sorry, Michelle, could you please repeat?
I just remember that we did so much CNR last year. I remember it jumped out at me, but it didn't make any dent in the CNR fund. So this year, there's so much less. Like, was there more? Like, was there
Was it-
surplus that went to the CNR?
If
or-
you want, Dave, I have the CNR contribution. So
Yep.
the previous year, in the current fiscal year, they did a much higher contribution into the CNR. And that was based on a schedule of replacements they were looking at doing at the same time. So they were looking at doing blowers, hydro grits, some of the flight drives for clarifiers, a lot of stuff. This upcoming year,
Okay, so it was just because they put more in.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah. So they contributed more
Okay,
in the
all
previous
right.
year.
No, I was just
for
like,
those.
wow, I remember that before
costs.
jumping out. Thank
The,
you.
the upcoming year, they're only looking at a primary pump valve, grit valve, pump valve, and some of the control stations at South Shore Pump Station.
Putting in a lot less. And
Yeah,
so
doing
that's
a
why it
lot
looks
less,
like-
yeah.
Interesting. Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
What about, we're looking at doing initial engineering for expansion of the plant?
We're
What is that? How does
we're
that?
currently filling out an application for earmarked funds to submit for essentially a third treatment train, which would be more primary clarifiers, secondary clarifiers.
So, yeah, but, okay, that's just the initial preliminary investigation of that.
Oh, well, we're currently doing a evaluation of our capacity at the facility. But as far as applying for funds to upgrade,
Well, no, I'm not getting at that yet. I'm just saying that we have enough funds to do that engineering work.
Yeah, we had
Yeah.
previously done that the previous year to get a conceptual idea of what a cost would be in order for us to apply for the congressional designation funds.
right? And we applied a 2.7% increase to those,
Yep.
the estimate this year for the application.
Are there a lot of people applying for these? What is-
Absolutely, it's hugely competitive.
You know,
We were not successful in getting awarded it the previous year. We're applying again. There's, they were really looking for shovel-ready projects the last time around. We're hoping that for this time around, because it's kind of the second pass on infrastructure grant funding, that they're going to be looking at some of the projects that are still in more of a conceptual and design phase, or getting ready to move into those phases. So we were encouraged to reapply.
Because it's going to be interesting. Well, right now, nobody's complaining, but July 1st, when the numbers come in, that's when they're gonna get all the questions. We're going up 10%, and why? That's why I move with the possibility of expansion or whatever, just to throw that out there.
Yeah,
and-
the WPCA will be holding their required public
Yes.
hearing on the user rate increase
Next week.
Next week.
Next week.
17th, yeah.
on the 17th. So anyone that is interested in participating in that should, just, it'll be listed on the website
Yeah.
calendar.
Yeah, it's on the website, but it's at 5 o'clock at the facility on
Yeah.
Wednesday, 1 week from tomorrow.
And so this budget was reviewed by the WPCA, recommended and approved by the WPCA at their February 21st meeting. And so by ordinance, it comes to the town council for action within 50 days, so we're at 48 days for the town council. And so ultimately, later on in your agenda, you will have an action item for accepting the budget as presented.
So what would happen as far as if we have there's been no public participation when we have the public hearing? No-
Historically, they haven't had much.
Right,
But
right,
that's
very-
not to say there won't be public interaction at this last. next-
Unlike the annual town meeting, they could recommend that things would be too high. It'd be very difficult for the WPCA to add more.
So they can't, this is not about the budget. They're not, the public hearing that they're gonna be holding next week is not about the budget. It's about setting the user rates,
Okay.
which is very different. So this is about setting the user rates. So they're gonna be getting public feedback as to the proposed 10% rate increase that's currently built within the budget. If for whatever reason that doesn't, if they get feedback and they ultimately decide not to do that, that doesn't change the budget that's before you. What that ends up doing is it equates to a net revenue loss at the end of the year. This is not the same as like the general government budget, but it would potentially create a loss.
That's maybe
But
where I was going with that. Right,
or
yeah,
they
yeah.
could come and look to do a modification to their budget, or they would determine that they would have to scale back on spending and give that advisement to the town. But they're holding their public hearing on setting rates.
Yeah, I wish more people would. I think in my whole time there, one person has come and talked about it after the fact, and everybody comes to try to get their annual use killed. Something happened to my building, that's when we hear them. Other than that, no one comes down to the sewer plant and expresses very little concern. I wish they, either way, come on down.
I do have a couple questions. The current fiscal year, you would approve $300,000 for professional services, only expended, estimate 78,000, and then this year's drop is down to 85. Do you know what the,
Some of those professional services have been reallocated into contractual services support.
okay, all right,
That's why it jumps from 7:30 to 9:50.
Yeah.
okay. All right. And then the second thing would be professional development. I saw you had approved $200, and the estimate is 8,000. I'm assuming that's just training for employees.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? Do you have anything further?
No, that's all I have tonight.
All right, thank you very much.
Welcome. Thank you all. Have a wonderful day.
I apologize. Next item up on the agenda is 6E, presentation of the fiscal year 22 to 23 municipal audit report by Mahoney and Sable Company LLP.
So Mike, our head auditor, is joining us virtually. On the screen, he has provided for you the slide deck that is also going to be shown up on the screen, which is his highlight and summary. You did in your packet get a copy of the draft audit report, and tonight also at your tables, you received a copy of the single audit reports, the federal and state single audit report document as well. So I will turn it over to Mike for him to take over.
All right, well, good evening and thank you, Mary. Again, my name is Mike Van Diementer and I'm a partner at Mahoney Sable, ultimately responsible for overseeing the audit and issuing the reports on behalf of the firm. As Mary alluded to, I'm going to go through a presentation that will cover the scope of work, the audit reports that will be issued, provide some overall financial highlights, and then we'll include our required communication. Mary, do you know if I have the ability to share my screen?
You should. Jen is telling me you should have the ability to share your screen.
Okay.
If you have a hard time with that, she can do it on our side. It's just, I guess, a little more challenging on our side, but either way, you let us know.
All right, I'm just working through, so just give me one moment.
Or
Okay, did everyone see the presentation?
yes, we can.
All right, perfect. All right, going to slide 2. As far as the scope of work, again, no changes as far as the work that was performed. We did an audit of the financial statements for the town. We performed that audit in accordance with both the auditing standards issued by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, as well as the government auditing standards issued by the Government Accountability Office. In addition, based on the level of federal and state funding that was received and expended by the town, we did perform both federal and state single audits. In addition, we do perform agreed upon procedures on the end of school year reports that are filed by the school district with the State of Connecticut Department of Education. In addition to those attest services, we do also perform some non-audit services for the town. So we do assist in the preparation of the financial statements, as well as the schedule of expenditures of federal awards and state financial assistance and the related notes. We also assist in converting the town's governmental fund financial statements to the government-wide financial statements. In order for our firm to be able to perform those services and remain independent of the town from an audit perspective, management is required to oversee those services and ultimately accept responsibility for them. Again, Jennifer Hawkins, as the finance director, has and will be accepting responsibility for those services. So as far as the audit goes, we are substantially complete with the audit. We do intend to issue our reports by the end of this week. In terms of our reports, we will be issuing a report on the financial statements. We will be issuing unmodified opinions on your financial statements. Again, an unmodified opinion is expressed when we've concluded that the financial statements have been presented fairly in all material respects in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States. And that is as established by the Governmental Accounting Standard Board. In addition, I do like to point out that our opinion does provide reasonable assurance that the financial statements are free from a material misstatement, whether due to error or fraud. So again, we're not providing absolute assurance. We do not test every transaction. We do utilize sampling in our audit methodologies. The financial statements do include estimates, and therefore we cannot provide absolute assurance. However, reasonable assurance is still a very high level of assurance. In addition to the report on the financial statements, we will be issuing a report on compliance and on internal control over financial reporting. In this report, we do not actually express an opinion on the town's compliance with laws and regulations or on the effectiveness of the town's internal control over financial reporting. Essentially, during the course of performing our audit on the financial statements, if we become aware of a material non-compliance of laws and regulations that would have a direct and material impact on your financial statements, or a significant deficiency or material weakness in your internal controls, we are required to include it in this report. And again, we will not be reporting any such matters. In connection with the federal single audit, we issue a report on compliance at the federal award level. In this report, we do actually express an opinion on your compliance with your major federal programs. For fiscal year 2023, the total federal awards that were expended by the town was approximately $5.3 million. Your major programs were the Education Stabilization Fund and the Child Nutrition Cluster, both at the school district. We did issue unmodified opinions on compliance over those programs. internal control deficiencies over your grant compliance. We issued a similar report in connection with the state single audit. For fiscal year 2023, the total state financial assistance that was received and expended by the town was approximately $20.7 million. The majority of that is your education cost-sharing funds, which are not subject to the compliance audit. The portion that is non-exempt was about $4.3 million. Your major programs were the municipal grant aid, the tiered payment in lieu of taxes, and the vocational agricultural grants. Again, we will be issuing unmodified opinions on your compliance over those programs, and we're not reporting any deficiencies in internal control over grant compliance. This next section goes over your financial highlights. In terms of your overall budgetary highlights for the general fund, your final budget did provide for the use of fund balance in the amount of approximately $2 million to balance your revenues and expenditures. Your actual change in fund balance was an increase of about $1.7 million. So again, that did result in an overall favorable budgetary variance of about $3.8 million. That budgetary variance was driven by revenues and other financing sources, being about $1.5 million more than budgeted. And then your expenditures and transfers to other funds were approximately $2.3 million less than budgeted. And that was really driven by the education surplus of about $2.1 million. Again, no budgetary compliance issues were identified as a result of our audit work. Next slide goes over your governmental fund financial statement highlights. So this includes your general fund as well as all of your capital project and special revenue funds. The total combined ending fund balances reported by the town was approximately $41.9 million. That was an increase of about $5.4 million from the prior year. Of the $41.9 million, approximately $25.8 million is in your general fund. Again, that was an increase of about $1.6 million from the prior year. Of the $25.8 million, 16.2 was considered unassigned. So essentially that's your unassigned reserves, and that's sufficient to cover approximately 3 months and represented approximately 25% of your fiscal year 2023 general fund budgetary expenditure appropriations. In terms of your capital improvement fund, the ending fund balance was approximately $343,000. That was an increase of about $1.3 million from the prior year. That fund does include a $7.8 million unassigned deficit, which will primarily be funded by future bond issuances and school construction grant reimbursements. Then all of the other town funds had an ending fund balance of about $15.8 million, which was an increase of about $2.4 million from the prior year. And again, those amounts are either restricted or committed for specific programs or purposes. In terms of your internal service fund, that's the self-insured medical fund. That is reporting an unrestricted net position of approximately $3 million. That was an increase of about $426,000 from the prior year. Again, that increase was really driven by a favorable claims year. In terms of your government-wide financial statements, again, the focus on the government-wide financial statements is really on your long-term liabilities. Overall, the town is reporting a positive unrestricted net position of approximately $34.4 million. That was an increase of about $4.4 million from the prior year. In terms of your long-term liabilities for pension and OPEB benefits, again, the town is reporting a net pension asset this year of about $282,000. So again, that pension plan is considered to be fully funded, actually 103% funded, and that's utilizing a discount rate of about 6.3%. The town is reporting a net OPEB liability of about $5.8 million. That fund, or that plan is approximately 14.5% funded. Again, because of the unfunded portion, the discount rate is much lower of about 3.6%. And again, the lower funded status of the OPEB plan does reflect that the town established the trust in fiscal year 2016, and you have begun partially funding the annual actuarial determined employer contributions. Last section goes over our required communications. Again, these communications are really geared towards when we experience issues during the course of performing the audit. Again, we had no significant issues. The first item here talks about our responsibility under our auditing standards. Although we do assist in the preparation of the financial statements, they are the responsibility of management. Again, it's our responsibility to perform our audit procedures and express our opinion on those financial statements. In terms of the plan, scope, and timing of the audit, again, no changes in the overall scope of work or the timing that was originally agreed upon. Again, the audit was performed on extension primarily due to scheduling issues. In terms of significant audit findings, really nothing new to report in terms of accounting standards. So there are no new accounting standards that were implemented that had a significant effect on the financial statements. As I mentioned before, the financial statements do include some significant estimates and judgments. Those consist of estimated useful lives that are assigned to capital assets, as well as the discount rates that are utilized to determine your net pension and OPEB liabilities. We did review those estimates, and we did deem them to be reasonable and consistent with what other municipalities utilize. Happy to report that there were no significant difficulties encountered in performing the audit. Again, we had no uncorrected misstatements. So again, if we identified an audit adjustment, proposed it to management, and they did not want to report it, we are required to communicate the effect of that misstatement to you. Happy to report that we had no disagreements with management. We will be obtaining a management representation letter. Again, there will be no unusual representations requested by us from management. Again, I just give the council the example. If we were unable to substantiate a transaction that we selected for testing, and we were relying on the representation from management, we would inform you of that specific representation. Again, we're not aware of any consultations by management with any other independent accountants. And then the last item we had here were just some carry forward recommendations from prior year. Again, we still have the timeliness of financial reporting. We continue to recommend that both the town and the school district develop formal closing timelines to ensure that all information needed to prepare the financial statements is prepared timely and ultimately can be monitored by management. Again, in terms of the actual audit this year, I think both the town and the school district were much better prepared than they have been in the past couple of years. However, I would still like to see a timeline developed where the audit schedule, some of the reconciliations are performed within a timeline that doesn't necessarily go along with the audit, because again, from an audit perspective, we do perform the audit on extension because of some of the schedule issues at the firm. And then in terms of the capital improvement fund, again, this is a carry forward from prior years. There is some unfunded deficits within the capital improvement fund. So again, we continue to recommend that the town develop a plan for funding any of those identified deficits on those school good projects. And that concludes my presentation. And again, I'm certainly happy to answer any questions that any members of the council may have.
Thank you, Michael. This is Jason Anderson. I got a question back on slide number 8, where you talked about the capital improvements fund. It said there was $343,000, and it said it was an increase. I believe you had said $1.3 million, but in here it's just showing $1,367 from prior year. Can you just go back over that?
Yep.
Yep, so the capital improvement fund had an overall fund balance deficit in the prior year. So again, there was an increase of about 1.3, and that should say 1.3 million from the prior year.
Okay.
So that capital improvement fund now has a overall positive fund balance of 343,000, whereas in the prior year there was an actual deficit in the overall fund balance.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Sure.
Any other questions, comments from council?
Well, similar to that, like the last statement, the plan for funding any identified funding deficits on older projects. Now, is there a listing that we can?
Yep, so we've identified that previously, and some of them are just projects that, for whatever reason, they hadn't concluded bonding on. We were working with our bonding attorney to be able to determine final potential bonding around that. So I can pull that together.
What is that? Funding deficit, so
So it's only so there's no projects that are exceeding appropriation. All projects are within the appropriations that were
Okay,
allowed
yeah,
for
okay.
it within their budget. This is a matter of whether or not we physically went out and borrowed. This is about the cash transaction, right? Have we borrowed the cash for that? So this is on the cash side, not on the appropriation side. All of the projects are within the appropriation guidelines.
But if we have a deficit.
But that's related to the revenue side. Have we received the
Okay,
revenue?
all right.
That was
That's-
tied to that
okay, all right,
appropriation? Have we
that's-
received that? And so that's what we were working through.
Okay.
It gets confusing, I
It does-
understand that.
well,
It really
that's
does.
where- So until we are on the hook, until we get that money, basically, we're on the hook.
We have, right, it'll reflect that deficit until we rectify that revenue component.
Now, how are these agencies, I mean, like DEP, they're so far behind, like our sewer permit, you know, they're 2 years behind, stuff like that. I don't know, are these other agencies all, the timeline to get things done?
From a
Do they
capital
respon-
project
Or
standpoint?
whatever's going on, right, yeah.
So, really, this has nothing to do with outside agencies. This is really kind of some cleanup with regards to, just older projects that perhaps they had to get through state audit. And, did we get the full 5%, final holdback from the state, or did they determine that there was a little bit residual that the town was going to have to fund independently? So that's just kind of some of that minor stuff. Some of them do go back a little bit of ways, and that's why we were working with our bonding, because again, all of them are within their appropriation.
Appropriation,
So we
right.
had authorization to expend. It's a matter of whether or not we were getting it in grant funding, or whether or not we had to do final borrowing on it, and we had to clean those pieces up. So that's part of, one of the cleanup pieces with regards to revenue.
Thank you.
If there's anybody that was listening from, I guess this is more for Mike, anybody that's paying attention and they see that the town's pension fund is funded well, but then they look at that next line that talks about OPEB. What's the, how common is that for municipalities in Connecticut to have an OPEB fund?
So in terms of having an OPEB trust fund,
Yep.
I think more and more municipalities have been starting to establish those. And again, it is something that is going to be funded over time. There is obviously some budgetary impacts associated with that. So we do see, again, other municipalities not necessarily fully funding the OPEB at this point in time. But again, I think the fact that you guys have established a trust, you've established a additional revenue source to offset your insurance costs basically in future years. I would, again, continue to encourage you to continue to fund the trust.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Ms. Glory, do you have anything to add?
I do not. I will say that, I think that Mike's team was very thorough. Both Jen and I have sat on Mike's side of the fence as far as auditing municipalities. So we are familiar with the process and what they should be looking for. I will say that, while Mahoney and Zabel has been our auditors for, a number of years at this point in time, I will say they approach every audit very thoroughly. I think sometimes they're a little harder on us because they know that Jen and I were on that other side of the fence. So he definitely, puts us through our paces, which is great. We want that. We welcome that. So I appreciate him and his team's views and thorough evaluation. They really do perform a very good quality audit. They don't miss any steps, which is great. So, I think that that's very good. And even throughout the year, they, when we do have a question or a concern on how a transaction is managed within the system, they always make sure that they're available to us for those questions, which is good because sometimes there are unique circumstances that we want to make sure that we're applying appropriately the governmental accounting standards. And so they've been a very good resource with that. But again, it was a good opportunity working with them. They were very diligent in their process. So, and as I have said, many times, we were very late the previous time around. We didn't have this conversation until July. We're in April. You don't change back to a December 31st issuance overnight. It takes time. It takes time to, work everything back through the schedule and get everybody into getting reconciliations and getting information ready in a different time frame. So we are diligently working through that. And I think both the board and subsequently then the town side has had a good opportunity to start implementing those changes. So I think it was a well-performed audit, and I appreciate all that your team does, Mike.
Thank you, Mayor.
And the other thing, the other day when we were at the budget, we were talking about these reserve funds or reserve accounts that don't necessarily show up in the budget, but they show up in the audit.
Yeah,
How
so
does
that's the individual reserve funds that the town council has been funding. So we do have some of them. We reflect a lot of them in the budget, but only they're in the F pages. They're not part of, because they're a separate fund than the general fund, so they're not part. The annual contribution to them is reflected in your D pages, your expense pages, but the balance of those reserve funds are actually reflected as a separate fund within another section of the budget, right? And so the town has been very committed to investing in those long-term reserve funds, so that way you can be responsive. The town can be responsive to unseen conditions, like storm maintenance is a prime example, or our CNR funds. We have those you see the accounting for those within those F pages, and they're considered a separate fund within the audit. But, I understand fund accounting can be very challenging, especially when you're trying to just relate it to the budget, because your budget is really speaking to your general government fund, which is it's your biggest fund, obviously, as it should be. It's your general fund. It's the biggest fund,
Right.
But it is only one fund that the municipalities manage. There's many other special purpose funds.
And our use of the general fund for the paving and everything else, what are those, is there issues with that, or is we're in good shape, because our overall fund balance is good, so.
Yeah, our fund balance, Mike, you can, feel free to jump in. The fund balance has been, we're at 25.1% of our unassigned fund balance, which again, our fund balance policy is to be between 16 and 25%. So you're at the upper end, you're just a little bit over that. So actually, we just had our credit rating call with our credit rating agency today. We had that conversation. They actually asked, what are you doing with your additional fund balance? And we explained the capital projects. They were very receptive to that, but we keep it within that range. And I don't know if Mike has any additional comment to that.
Well, I think you explained that very well, Mary. So the GFOA recommends that every government maintain basically 2 months of reserves on hand, regardless of size. So you are currently above that recommendation. You do have a strong fund balance. And then again, from a financial planning perspective, you have established some of those, what we'll call non-budgetary funds, to help, fund either kind of non-recurring or emergency or unusual items as well. So hopefully that, has less variability on your overall operating budget that you are developing on an annual basis, and then again, reduces the impact to your taxpayers.
But there's no issue with using fund, at one point there was
So at one point in time, the town was utilizing fund balance on an emergency basis as a supplemental appropriation in the middle of the year. And part of that, and that was being utilized for operational expenses. That's where the troubling component is. And also by utilizing the fund balance, even during the budgetary process, year over year, for offsetting operational costs, that's where we got dinged by the credit rating agencies,
Okay, I have
right?
something
So our
with that.
credit rating agency eventually dinged us and dropped our rating, lowered our rating, our credit rating, because of that use to offset operational cost. Again, the credit rating agency conversation that we had today, they were, very positive around our developed plan and around the utilization and activation of that for capital purposes.
Yeah, that's right. So it's capital, it's non-recurring, it doesn't bite us. It's good to get these capital projects done, and it's nice to have the balance so we don't have to go at the mill rate to get these capital projects.
Our rating is a AA+.
Any further questions or comments?
There's one, I'm trying to, it's about reserve funds, and I can't, I don't, it's not our town contribution to the reserve funds, but we have other reserve funds that we don't necessarily, like, outside agencies make contributions, or
No,
US
the town makes contributions to outside agencies. The outside agencies don't contribute to
That's
us.
not that.
Okay.
Mr. Grandelsky, you're referring to like when we have utilities doing a project and they have to either pave over or give the town money towards paving? Is that the kind of thing you're referring to, or?
No, I can't.
Okay.
I've been trying to think how I could, and I can't describe it. It comes up in conversation, but they are reserve funds, like, people in town make a contribution to something. It's not like we are
Oh, a
doing-
donation.
Oh, yes, donation.
Okay, a donation. So that's like our, the outdoor trust, right? So those are independent funds. Those are also separate funds, but again, they're special purpose.
Right.
So if somebody were to make a donation to the town, for example, for the replacement of the scoreboard that's happening at Owen Bell Field, right? That's a outside donation. We receive that donation, but that is tied to a specific use, and we're required to use it for that specific use, which is why we have a whole section within our audit is all about trust funds. Those are all funds that have dedicated use. There's also special purpose funds where we receive a donation and we're using it for, like the fireworks. The fireworks is a prime example. We get a lot of corporate sponsorship donations for offsetting the cost of the fireworks. And so that goes through a separate fund than the general fund.
But those are like ongoing funds that.
Yeah, they have their balance continues on year over year. They don't close out at the end of the year.
So if it's good to create a fund and keep adding to it or whatever, using it, add to it, instead of creating a specific fund every year.
Yeah, correct. We utilize for the same functions. We utilize the same funds year over year.
Well, how does that show up in the audit? How does that?
They're within the schedules of the audit. They're all individual funds.
something's- okay.
And you can see them within the audit, in the back pages of the audit. Usually it's usually in the, around the 60s and 70s pages.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, it's included in the supplemental
Yes.
information section of the audit report.
Yep.
So again, that follows the notes to the financial statements.
Yep.
And that is one of the areas that we have always identified as being risks for municipalities, is utilizing those funds in accordance with either the donor or the purpose for which it's been restricted or committed. So that is something that we look at and test as part of the audit process.
Yep. So they are roughly around pages, starting around page 100 in the audit.
Okay.
There's several pages of them.
I just have one question while we're talking about special funds. Back when we were have Killingley Bike Night, did the funds we got in from Killingley Bike Night, did they go into their own dedicated fund, or did they go into
They
Parks
went
and
into
Rec?
they went into the recreation revolving fund,
Okay.
which has much of the dedicated special purpose with regards to, like, the fireworks goes into
okay.
there as well. So all of those community events that we receive sponsorships around, all is managed within that special purpose fund.
Okay. Thank you.
So I've got a question. If we were to get behind and we were waiting on some funds, do we see it in this capital improvement unassigned deficit, or do we see it on this page with capital assets, deferred outflows, deferred inflows? You know, this one here, Mary, the big one with all the.
Yep. So I just want to make sure I understand what your question is. So if the town hasn't received the revenue for a capital project, you're going to see it ultimately in the capital project fund, and it would end up showing a deficit because we haven't received the revenues associated. And that's usually happens in the capital project fund until we go out and do permanent borrowing. So like we're getting ready to issue a bond, that will replenish that fund because we'll be able to recognize the official revenue for it. Otherwise, we have an accounts receivable in that fund waiting for that revenue to get received.
On this page here with this, do we sub this out? Like, is that,
Oh, I'm like trying to figure out what page she's on. Okay,
Yep, I can't see that.
right. So she's on page 7 in the MD&A. Yeah, that's just the overview of the net position of government-wide.
so they're not actual accounts that we manage or someone else manages?
No, we
them?
manage all of these,
We
but
do.
everything rolls up into this. So you're not looking at one fund here, you're
Yeah.
looking at everything. Correct, Mike?
Correct, that's a summary of those items. So you may have multiple assets that make up your current assets. Again, that all flows through, and that's really summarized information in terms of the MD&A.
Right.
If anyone would like me to take them through the different sections of financial statements, I'd be happy to do that.
So
Individually at another time.
Jen,
Takes a lot of time.
Jen is offering to be able to sit with any council members or anyone that is interested in reviewing in great detail the financial statements. I'm repeating because she's not at a microphone. And so, again, if anybody in the public would want to have a more deeper dive into the audit and into the financial schedules, gladly will sit with anyone, reach out to my office or to the finance office, and we can schedule a time for that. But what you're looking at, Michelle, is really the very high umbrella, the 30,000-foot view, as opposed to the individual funds when you're looking at the MD&A.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mike, for your time. Thank you, your firm, for all the work you've done.
I appreciate it, and if you have questions at any point in time, again, just feel free to run those through Mary.
Thank you.
Yep.
We will now move on the agenda. Next item up is 6F, presentation by KB Ambulance of fiscal year 24-25 budget request.
Thanks, Chairman. Good evening, council members. For anybody that doesn't know me, Stephen Varga, Chief of KB Ambulance. Introduce my operations manager, Doug Hall. We also have with us tonight your council representatives appointed to our board of directors, Kevin Thompson and Rini Mazzarella. So thank you for taking the time to speak to us tonight. I believe you have in front of you, she has it up on there, some basic information about what we do and who we are. And then at the end, our proposed budget for the town of Killingley services that we provide. And I'm just gonna talk tonight a little bit about who we are and what we do. I'll ask Doug to help with some of the things that we've accomplished over the year. So KB Ambulance is still a nonprofit organization based here in Killingly. This year, we're actually celebrating 85 years of service. Obviously, a lot has changed in those 85 years that we've been here. And unfortunately, with volunteerism at an all-time low, we don't really run volunteers anymore, although we try to encourage young members of the community to come and ride with us. That's still a program that I'm trying to get off the ground. We do have a few that ride with us, but I'd like to make it more prevalent. So our ambulances are all staffed with paid staffing. Currently, we have 6 total ambulances and 4 paramedic fly cars, as we call them, paramedic intercept vehicles. For the town of Killingly, we staff 1 BLS ambulance 24/7, and then we staff a second ambulance during the day, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. That's actually a split resource. It's a paramedic level ambulance staffed in Killingly. That amounts to about 22,000 man-hours of EMT BLS staffing. It's like 21,900 to staff those 2 ambulances with those EMTs, and that does not include the paramedic on those hours. But understand that you need both of them there to run that ambulance, right? So you can't run an ambulance with just an EMT. You can't run an ambulance with just a paramedic. They both have to be there to be able to respond to calls. And as we know, Killingly is the highest user. It's our highest call volume. It's our highest user of the paramedic as well. So that ambulance responds to the town of Killingly a lot. I don't have that number right in front of me, but I could. Where was I? We also have 2 additional ambulances that can be utilized for 3rd or 4th crews with callbacks or administrators that are in the building, and we regularly do that. Our transfer program, as we started that just over a year ago, also adds a staffed ambulance. Not always yet, because we're not at 100% yet, but adds a staffed ambulance to the town that's staffed here, based out of Killingly. And that ambulance responded to 133 callbacks last year, above what everything else we've done and everything that they did with the transfers. Our 6th ambulance is staffed and staged out in Pomfret to cover the Pomfret, Hampton, Eastford. Over the last year, last April, we upgraded to a licensed agency, which gave us the ability to bill for transfers. Currently, we are still only providing that service out of Day Kimball, but that does give us the ability to start providing that service to residents in town that need doctor's visits, dialysis, bring them home from a nursing home, or bring them from home to their doctor's office if they need a stretcher in order to do so. We have not set that up yet. As I said, we're not at 100% with that transfer program, and part of that is because of equipment, part of that is staffing. We're still trying to compete with the surrounding towns for the limited providers that are still around. So along with that, last year, Day Kimball, or the transfer agency, the transfer program, supported us enough that we were able to purchase an ambulance for that program. With that license, we are allowed to have 7 ambulances now. Prior to that, we could only have 5, which we did have. So we now are allowed to have 7. And actually, we've bought 2 ambulances for the transfer agency. Unfortunately, one of the 911 ambulances, which is 10 years old with over 200,000 miles on it, had to be retired. So right now, that second ambulance is in a 911 position versus there for our transfers, which we're supposed to be trying to run 2 transport ambulances. I don't think that we'll do 2 transport ambulances this year, although we're hopeful that we'll be able to have a 7th ambulance this year. The town of Pomfret supported us, and their representative supported us in applying for a bond through the state, and that was approved for an ambulance. So that has helped part of the programs for this year, because we should be able to add that ambulance, and that would have been replacing the one that we took offline, so we can kick that transfer ambulance to the transfers where it belongs, providing that we don't have any other failures. We have another ambulance that's 8 years old and approaching 200,000 miles as well. So 8 years is probably about the max we want to go. We've been pushing them longer because we just don't have the funding. We know the cost of everything has increased. The transfer ambulances are smaller ambulances and not easy to work with in 911 situations. You're all familiar with the boxes that we run. You see those at most of the 911 calls. The vans that we use for transporting routine calls for the transfer program are a lot smaller. And we try not to use them on 911, although they are fully equipped to handle 911. Makes it a little difficult when you can't get to both sides of your patient and whatnot. So we are hoping to be able to replace that other ambulance as well. Did you want to touch on some of the numbers and the good process progress?
So
as
once
we
again,
made?
Doug Hull, I'm the operations manager. So just to go over a little bit of the
No, on the-
there we go. Okay. Just to touch a little bit on the state of EMS, which is where my expertise lies, is currently in the last 4 years in the state of Connecticut, 3 nonprofit ambulance services that are exactly like KB Ambulance have gone insolvent. The reason why they've done that is they did not have the ability to diversify their services and consolidation of their services. KB Ambulance is in a unique position where we're able to do that, doing that with the NECOG program, doing that with the transfers. We've been able to consolidate those services, which brings cost levels for everybody down. With doing that, like Chief Varga has said, those ambulances, 133 times that transfer ambulance went to the town of Killingly. Every time we have a callback, which means that first ambulance that goes to Killingly is out, it's gone. 76% of the time, that callback ambulance is going to the town of Killingly. So how do we judge a successful EMS company? The one indicator that everybody uses is cardiac arrest save rates. Currently, right now, the national average is 10%. So that's pretty low. In Killingly, right now, we have a 33.3% save rate. We're able to do that because of this consolidation of services and remaining fiscally responsible. We're able to have the latest and greatest treatments. Our crews right now, our EMTs we've trained them up to administer certain medications. We're currently looking at getting the latest and greatest AED defibrillators. We carry anesthesia medications. We are one of the only services in this area of the state that if you're sick enough, I can put you on a ventilator in your home. We're looking at carrying blood. We will be the only agency in this area that carries blood. That is absolutely life-saving. However, all of that stuff costs money. And with money being an issue for everybody, obviously, we've had to maintain our pay rates just to stay competitive. What Chief Varga was talking about is we lost a lot of employees a few years ago to these other agencies that you know, the commercial agencies that do it for money, they're able to offer a lot more money. We're lucky enough that we have a good group of people that work at KB, that we're able to pay them a good pay rate, and almost all of our staff are residents of this area, and they care. So, I mean, that's the state of where we're at right now.
All right, I'm gonna continue to the next slide. He started to talk about this, the staffing, the labor costs. This slide, I lost my place. How did I do that? All right, so this slide shows just the direct labor costs for those 21,900 hours of EMT staffing over the last 4 years, and how we've increased it. It's gone up 33% since 2020, since COVID. When I took this over in 2020, and we were paying our EMTs $15.81 an hour. Our base rate for EMTs right now is 20, which is still one of the lowest ones. Obviously, with our experienced EMTs that have been here for several years, that's where the average comes in, and that's where it changes. Back in 2020, we didn't really have that breakup. Experienced EMTs were making about the same as the new EMTs that we were bringing in. And so we've separated that over the last few years. And the point of this is that we all know that in business, this is our biggest cost, right? Our labor costs are our biggest cost. And that's why I bring this to the table, because that's where we spend a lot of our funds to keep our employees, to keep them educated, to keep them here and experienced, so we're not training new members every other month or every few months, because we need to be able to pay them that. And that's where our funds are focused when we ask for these funds. So again, this is just the direct cost that, you know, for 2024, that 22 an hour average, which would be roughly a 5% increase for this year for the payroll, just for those 21,000 hours. It does not include any overtime. It doesn't include the benefits that go along with it, especially when they're full-time members. It doesn't include any extra coverage for when we have snowstorms and we staff another ambulance, when we have events in town. You mentioned the fireworks earlier. We staff up for the fireworks. The standbys are getting more and more. We now request funds for those, so those are more paid. They do reimburse us for those, so those don't get included in any kind of hours here. But those town events that, you know, when something happens down on downtown Main Street, we try to staff up and go into the Little League Parade and stuff like that. We're not reimbursed for that, but our members are still getting paid to be there. So that's just the basics of that. The total allotted budget, as you can see on the last page for Killingly for this year, is $906,812 for those, roughly those 2,100 hours. And then onto the call volume. And the call volume is another major part of what we do. And earlier, when the water pollution was talking about the rate increases of 10%, I was like, man, I wish I could do that. I wish I could go out and say, hey, I want a 10% increase. And we can't do that. Our rates are set by the state. And, you know, right now, we're battling again. They were supposed to bring the Medicaid rates up. They took that money out, so we're trying to fight that back again. You know, we have no control over that. And then on top of that, the call volume fluctuates every year, and sometimes there's no rhyme or reason. I can account for some of the decreases this year. As you can see, there's a decrease, being that we changed our mutual aid policies for the town of Killingly. 2 years ago, Pomfret was automatic second mutual aid, second due to all of Killingly because it was a KB resource. However, Mortlake to Danielson is a lot closer to that than that Pomfret ambulance to Danielson. So we changed our mutual aid policies so that if we didn't have an ambulance available in Killingly, we have Mortlake come in now, we have Moosup come in now, which is still closer to some parts of Killingly. Putnam Ambulance, Pomfret will still come into like Dayville and Williamsville. But, so that was nearly 100 calls. I think it was 75 calls last year that we lost. We didn't get. The patients got what they needed and in a more timely fashion. Understand that, across the world, across the nation, we're a tiered response. It's always been that way, where you have first responders, like your fire departments, there are ones, they're on scene first, they're on scene quickest. Your ambulance may not be right there. It's a little farther behind, and then the paramedic is even further than that. You go out to someplace, around here, Moosup is a prime example, or Sterling. Sterling is quite a ways out there. The first responders get on scene, then the ambulance, and the medic is either coming from Killingly or Norwich, right? So, Sterling is all KB, but parts of Plainfield are not. So there's response differences. You guys are extremely lucky to have us in town, staffed in town, and on scene within minutes, and that makes a big difference. The ambulance and the paramedic being on scene that quick, and the first responders. I'm not trying to downplay that at all. They do a lot for those cardiac arrest saves. That's why.
Yeah, to touch on that, just the numbers, with that paramedic being in that second ambulance, because if it's an ALS level call, that second ambulance is gonna go first to the town of Killingly. You have a paramedic on scene in less than 7 minutes, which is kind of incredible.
The second ambulance, second, third, and fourth calls for service, so this does include that staff second ambulance in town, but the point of that is it's almost 900 calls a year that multiple ambulances are on the road at a time. So that's more than twice a day, every day. There's more than one ambulance running on the road in the town of Killingly because of the call volume here. I wish it was more predictable, because 2,800 transports in the town of Killingly for 2022 is great. We base a lot of this on the last few years was I think last year we based it on 2,650 because we knew that 28 was a little high. This year we're down 500 calls. That's a lot of volume and a lot of revenue that we do not get. And then on top of that, we don't always get the revenue, right? So insurances cover what they cover, if they cover. The patient then has to pay the co-pays, and we have a long list of bills in collections because they don't get paid, and we can't force a lot of that without being detrimental to patients, and that's not something that we're in the business of doing. But we do have a collection process, so. So then on to the actual budget, and the last page here, it talks a lot about, the last page of that, or the second to last page, I guess, talks about how we come up with the numbers and whatnot. So our company provides several levels of service to several different areas across the northeast corner. Let me find my spot so I have everything that I want.
While you're looking for that, I'll touch on just a couple of things. You were talking about grants earlier. 0 grants for EMS. It's all for fire, police, and hospitals. 0 grants for EMS. The other thing too is, when we talk about ambulance billing, and if anybody here owns a business, what you bill out, if you get back 25% of what you bill out, you're doing great as an ambulance company. Nobody would ever go into that business, but it's a vital service that needs to be provided. So we do the best that we can with that. So I just wanted to touch on those two things before he
So by providing several different services to several different areas, we've combined services, we've regionalized our services, and this makes it more economical, as Doug had touched on earlier, for the patients, for the everybody involved. I've said this more than once, I came to Killingly because I worked as a single paramedic in the northeast corner, and I recognized that the system was failing our patients because only 85% of the patients were getting paramedics when we were doing that. From that agency, I should clarify, because they did have more mutual aid in the area. Without AMR here, it makes mutual aid very slim. Currently, we run about 96, 97% of our paramedics. So I came to KB believing that KB could change how the patients and the residents of Killingly and the residents in the northeast corner could benefit from this and benefit from KB being a vital part of the services in the area. However, by doing that, it makes our company very complex. We have an ALS ambulance that's responding to Killingly and doing transports. 1 minute, they're a BLS transport agency taking, somebody to the hospital. The next call, they're an ALS ambulance taking somebody to the hospital because it's that level of service. So technically, that's two different programs because it's a NECOG program, it's a Killingly program. And then even when we do run the BLS ambulance and a paramedic fly car, now that does become another ALS transport, but now we just added manpower to it because it's 3 people going to the call in 2 different vehicles. So by combining that, it's economical, but it makes it complex as to where does the revenue go? What part of that mileage is in that ambulance is charged to Killingly versus NECOG versus Pomfret or the Tri-Town. When the transfer ambulance is doing a call and they respond to Killingly, now it's a Killingly service. It's no longer a transfer ambulance. So every minute of every day, things change. You have a breakdown, you pull another ambulance. Well, so the mileage on that ambulance may not all be from Killingly, may not all be from Pomfret. It's all combined. It's all together. So in order to bring you the budgets, we have to do percentages of what we do and figure out the usages by each, who utilizes it based on, or the numbers come from who utilizes it, how much the town utilizes it, how much we schedule in town. Real quick, back to the transfers. The transfer ambulance will come to 911s. We will not pull a 911 ambulance to do transfers.
Never.
We will not do that. So I had that in there. I wanted to make sure I said that. So our employees work different shifts. They may work the transfer shift one day and then Killingly the next, and then the Tri-Town the next. So again, I can track their hours for which agency they're working for, per se, but then where does the sick time fall? Where does the Where does the benefits fall? You know, how do you break that all apart when we're a combined agency? And then the equipment is the same way, and I touched on that before, the mileage on the equipment. You know, when you have a portion that does 600 calls a year, the maintenance on that ambulance would be minimal. The mileage on that ambulance is minimal compared to what we're doing for a portion that does 3,300 responses a year. So we rotate the ambulances, we give them a break. We either backline them in Killingly or move them out to Pomfret so they can sit for a while. Obviously, they're still running, but they're not run as hard as many miles a day when they're out there. And it gives us time to get them serviced, gives us, by the rotation, we keep everything moving up, hopefully a little bit slower, but consistently amongst the fleet. So we're not always using one ambulance and pushing over the limit earlier than we should be, earlier than that 8 years. Again, Killingly is always our primary focus, and that's because of the call volume and our 40% of the call volume, our call volume across all of our programs is in Killingly. So Killingly has always been our primary focus and will always be our primary focus.
It's in our name. It's in our blood.
Yep. Visualization. I forgot where I was before I got a little discombobulated. But so the budget that we have presented is based on the utilization of services, the schedule of hours of services, and the call volumes, taken from actuals and projected expenses for the year. Last year's request, last year we had asked to add an EMT to make a second ambulance for longer during the day, and just a basic level ambulance. Without adding those services, our request was $202,000. This year's request is $210,000, which is technically $8,000 higher than last year's request. And that was based, we, as you can see, we worked out some of the actuals had gone up. Most of the up is the payroll. Some have gone down. The other expenses, general obvious fuel expenses had risen over the year, although they've kind of leveled off. We needed to increase that. So any questions on how it presents? So these numbers here are what you are spending your money on, right? This is what you are funding, is to make sure that we can continue to make this happen. And the biggest difficulty in my budget across the whole thing is the call volume and the call revenue, because that changes every day, every year, and since I've been here, I haven't seen an even thing, right? NECOG, the call volume actually the transports have stayed pretty even, but the revenue changes every year from that. The same with basic ambulance services. So in general, it's based on a per call average that the billing company sends to us. But again, with the changes that we've done, that changes too. The transports, the actual transports that we do with that program are paid a little bit more. We don't have any no pays, we don't have any self pays. Most of those are insured. and those are generally paid better. But that overall increases what our call, per call base is. So that'll increase your call base, your per call base. And that's part of, you know, the increase in the billing recovery. I don't remember exactly what the one million revenue recovery was based on, but it's up a little bit because the per call recovery is up a little bit as well.
Transfers are a guaranteed payer. 911 is not. That's why most of your commercial services do not want to do 911s. They don't want to answer the 911 call. Well, in turn with that, so I'll tell you about this too. So just in 2019, the cost of, this is all from the National Association of EMS, this is the national standard that they go by. A basic level ambulance in 2019 was $699,000 to run. That's just average. Now, take that from 2019 to 2024, obviously that cost has gone much more than that. And like I had said before, there's 0 grants for EMS. And currently, the state of Connecticut is 44th in funding of anything EMS. Their total funding of EMS right now, and this is from the state, is about 0.06 cents per capita.
The fire department's phone? I shouldn't pick up that.
Yeah, well, that's a whole other thing, but.
But in comparison, you know, per capita, fire departments, police departments, and there was one more that. The
Dispatchers.
The dispatching agencies. Per capita, they get dollars.
Mhm.
We get cents. In funding.
Yep. I can provide anybody with that. I can take it to the website.
So,
That's it.
any questions about the numbers that we propose?
Ms. Barclay?
Do you have the year-to-date on the non-direct labor costs?
The non-direct labor costs,
Yeah, your year-to-date costs.
so but for labor or for the entire program?
The non-direct labor costs, you said that the payroll, that should be, that those are accurate numbers.
So to date,
Everything that you have listed here, do you have year-to-date, like for the electricity, for the heating, for the telephone, cable? Because you haven't gone up on those costs. So what do you have for year-to-date for those services?
I do not have them with me, and those would be a total, right, for our entire budget. So our entire budget, is, correct me if I'm wrong, 4 million?
Mhm.
4 million?
More than 3 million.
There we go.
I thought it was closer to 4 million. And I don't have the year-to-date on those. I have, year-to-date on our direct labor costs. Currently, we're at, just shy of 600,000, 595, I believe. and
When does your fiscal year run? Same as ours?
This year, it is the same as yours. We had changed, it had been May 1st, April 30th. This year, we changed it, so we're gonna have a gap, for May of '23 to June 31st of '23. 23, and then July 1st of '23 to June of '24 is the current fiscal year that we're in.
Ms. George?
Hi, Steve, how are you?
I'm okay, how are you?
Okay, so, last year when we met and you were starting the transfer program, as you know, we had a lot of questions. How you were going to separate your nonprofit from a revenue creating business. Now, when you talk about transfers, that's specific Day Kimball, between you and Day Kimball, correct?
Currently it is.
Okay, so can you explain to me what you mean by transfers for Killingly? You mean that you're bringing home from Day Kimball, or you're bringing to Day?
So-
How does that work?
So technically, being that we are now licensed,
Right,
to bill for those transports,
yes,
we could start providing that service to anybody.
okay. Have you contracted with Killingly to provide that transport service? Or did you just lump that into what you're
No,
doing?
there was-
I'm confused when you talk about transport, because that's between you and Day Kimball,
the transfers are,
the transfers.
correct.
Okay, so what were you talking about, the transports?
You're talking about the
He
133?
he was
Yeah.
talking about, now that we are fully licensed,
Yep,
which,
yep.
which means if we had somebody in town that couldn't get to a doctor's office,
Okay,
a 911 ambulance cannot do that. It has to be a licensed service, which we are now. So we could possibly provide that service for the residents of Killingly,
so
if we needed
wouldn't
to.
that be between you and the resident that you're transporting?
Yes.
What would that have to do with Killingly's regular volume?
The one,
That-
we're
that
talking
does
about the
not.
133
No,
on
no.
transports.
Oh, the 130, no, the
No.
That's what I'm
130.
trying to-
Oh, no, the 133 is, that ambulance is sitting there right now, and it doesn't have anything to do with Day Kimball right now, because Day Kimball doesn't have anything going on.
So that's just a
We already have, yes, we already have 3 ambulances out, and instead of going mutual aid, yep, we will, like he said, we will always pull the transfer ambulance for an emergency. We will never pull
Okay,
an
that
emergency
makes
ambulance
more
for a
sense.
transfer.
Providing they're not already,
Okay.
you know. assigned
And you
locations.
were 12 employees short when we had spoken. How are you doing now?
We're still probably about 12 employees
About,
short.
so you started the
I
transfer program,
I apologize, I didn't have the.
but you're still,
meant to print-
so
print that.
last year, you were paying overtime for the transfer. Is that still the case? You're still paying overtime for that?
So we don't, we still have overtime.
Mhm.
Last year, we were at about 15 to 16%, I believe.
Okay.
Currently, we're at 13% overtime.
So it's
And
going
I forgot to print, I meant to print my, my employee roster for tonight, and I apologize, I forgot.
Can
It's
you get
not
that to
actually.
us as far as the total, the
What was that?
overtime? Can you get that to us? So
The-
we can see
The total
that?
overtime that we're
Yeah.
paying, that I'll have to, I'll have my board
Okay.
make a decision on how to.
Well, that's,
apply.
we were concerned with transparency last year,
Okay.
and I'm trying to kind of break this down this year. Because with the paramedic program, NECOG also hits all the towns with their per call goes into our per capita.
Correct,
So are we getting hit for paramedic through them
yes.
and here too?
No,
Like, how does that, that's totally separate.
so, the paramedic is on that ambulance.
Yep.
And without that ambulance,
Yep,
without that paramedic on the ambulance, that ambulance doesn't exist.
gotcha.
But the paramedic is technically paid through NECOG, like those hours.
Yep.
And their stuff is put onto the NECOG side.
Okay, because that goes through our per capita.
But without
Your-
putting them
okay.
together,
Yep,
that ambulance
can't run
doesn't
that
exist.
ambulance.
You know,
Gotcha.
so it makes it convoluted, but
Mm-hmm.
it makes it work.
Yep.
And, you know, a lot of people believe that the paramedic shouldn't be in the ambulance because it helps separate things and it helps things, it helps keep the EMTs doing EMT things and the paramedics doing paramedic things. But when 40% of our call volume is in the town of Killingly, it
well, we're the
doesn't make
biggest town in
sense.
your
Mhm.
region too.
Right.
That's
And-
why our per capita is higher than everybody else. So it would make sense, you're also in Killingly, so your 7-minute response time makes sense too.
Right,
Because you're right here.
right.
So yeah, it's absolutely an advantage.
Absolutely, but you can't do one without the other, right? We
Mhm.
can't, if we don't have enough funding to have that EMT in the ambulance, then the ambulance doesn't exist. If we don't have the funding to provide the paramedic in that ambulance, then that ambulance doesn't exist.
Right.
So it has to work together to make it work. Or, you know, the funding has to be increased to have that second ambulance in town. And that's part of what we had requested last year, was part of that.
Thank you.
So in comparison, because I know you're talking about you've increased your hourly for EMTs and that. Because I know Americans is part of Hartford, I believe now.
American is now part
So
of Hartford.
how much are they paying their EMTs compared to?
A lot more. Yeah, they're well into the high 20s. Their paramedics are over, they can hit 40. Like Steve, I came here from Lifestar, and once we found out what they were making at Lifestar, we were knocking on the vice president's door going. So it all started in Hartford because there was a massive shortage of paramedics and EMTs. COVID really took a lot of them out of commission. So the only way that those commercial services could attract those people was by giving them an enormous raise. Some places gave almost a 40% raise. So by the domino effect, they all had to do that, which leaves us nonprofits in the lurch. And we've been able to remain competitive because of that. I believe it was a 5.5% increase over year to year, and that was just to stay competitive. But we're lucky enough that most of our people do live here, and they care, so that helps a great deal.
The other thing too is, some people know, Kinley's initial Heart Safe designation, I kind of spearheaded and got that going. And I remember I did the first renewal we had to do, and I had to get numbers on bystander CPR, which also helps your
Those
that
save rate,
30% is
absolutely.
partially because I remember, I think maybe almost 10 years ago, I think it was like 50% of the cardiac arrests had bystander CPR before you guys even got to the scene. So, I mean, and I give you kudos for running the classes through the garage right now.
There's more coming.
Because CPR is not rocket science. I mean, I work with the town employees here in Killingly, and that's a totally volunteer program, and there's 20, 30 Killingly employees every year that, because you never know. So,
We definitely are trying to restart the training.
I'm
I
really
think
glad you
Killingly
touched on that.
is really light years ahead when it comes to, the focus on.
We've recently started, we're putting together an actual, for the whole year, to do the regional training. And what that means is training where we opened it up to all of the outside agencies, because even the agencies that we provide mutual aid to, or they provide mutual aid to us at times, and we respond together, it builds a stronger team. It really does. And we've been able to get quality education, and that's what's really important, is the quality of education has dramatically increased. That includes critical care training for the paramedics, which we're going to be starting here very shortly.
Now, all this training, is that included in your line items as well, under the education part?
There is some training involved in, which line item is it on here?
I gotta put my glasses back on. I apologize. I have to keep putting my glasses on and off because my glasses talk to me. My wife got me glasses that talk to me, so it's kind of tough to do things when somebody's talking in your ear.
It's not on here, but
Okay.
a lot of that training, we do charge for training.
Oh, yeah,
We
yeah.
try to back.
I mean, 75 for CPR, Heart Saver, First Aid CPR is,
We have one going on tonight.
Yeah, I know.
There's one, yeah.
So that's a pretty reasonable cost for,
Absolutely.
You know, it definitely, we make sure that covers it, and we can make some income on that to help fund that training, and all of our training. But we're also not out trying to make it,
$150 a
Yeah.
person, yeah.
a lot of the bigger commercial training agencies, it's with $150 for Heart Saver, and it's like, we know what it costs, and, you know, a lot of the instructors too, obviously, we still pay the instructors, but they understand it too, and they're not out, they're there to make sure that they're compensated for their time, but they're not there to make money. They're there to help, the community and their fellow providers, to make sure that we're all trained to an appropriate level. Something that we didn't touch on is over the last year, we also have at our disposal now a ventilator and IV pumps. That's something that we never had before, and that actually came from the transfer program. They're technically not ours, they don't belong to us, but they are in our building and in our possession and our responsibility. So they do go with us. That's a paramedic level thing, so that's why I really didn't have it in my notes, because it's not technically a Killingly thing, but it is part of what we do and part of the services that we provide now.
I got a question. So your billing recovery is $1 million for last year, and you said that's based on 25%, so you guys are losing $3 million, basically.
That
in
would
billing?
be, I mean, that's a finance question, but yeah, that's, so that number that I gave you is a generality of what EMS, what 911 services across the country get back.
It's a national average.
It's a national average.
Ours is a little higher. It's a little better.
So what's your actual
I'd have to ask the billing company. Yeah, I'd have to ask the billing company.
Yeah,
It's even been better this year, right, so far, guys?
that I
think
could
so.
get to you. I just don't have that in front of me, and that's not a number that I like to look at. So the way it works is like when we put out a bill, you know, basic ambulance transport is probably around $1,000. Don't quote me because I don't know. The billing rates are out there. You can get them. I can print them for you. You can get them from the state. But Medicare, as we all know, does not pay that. They may pay $400 or $300. I do know that on a paramedic intercept, we get paid about, I believe it's $78 for our paramedic to get on somebody else's ambulance and provide our services and take that to the hospital because of those Medicaid, the Medicare rates. You know, so a paramedic intercept is higher than $1,000, and we're getting paid $78. You know, it's just amazing that the discounts that Medicare provides. Medicaid is lower than that. Last year, that's what I started talking about at the beginning. They wanted to bring Medicaid up to match Medicare, which would be great. Give us some benefit there, right? They didn't even do that. They put around $5 million in the budget to help increase the Medicaid payments to the ambulance, not just ambulance providers. It was ambulance and several specific doctors or something. I don't remember all of the legislation.
It's the specialist stuff.
Yeah, some specialist stuff. And it still didn't bring Medicaid to meet the Medicare rates. So that discount or whatever that is taken off from those agreements are discounted off of our bill. And then our collection rate on what we can collect on the Medicare payment is somewhere in the 97%, I want to say, on what we can collect. But that already has taken off the
discount.
the discounts and everything. And I don't believe the billing company deals with most of that. I don't believe we have any discount agreements with any of the major insurance companies, but it's those state programs, the federal programs that we have to participate in, or we don't get paid if we don't sign up for them. And every year I have to go through and sign up for Rhode Island and Massachusetts and Connecticut and New Hampshire because somebody from New Hampshire drove through Killingly and we took them to the hospital for whatever reason. Right? So I have to sign up for all these programs through the billing company. They take care of all that for us. But So I can get you what we actually bill out and what we actually take in. You know, obviously, it's more than the 1 million on here, because we have the other calls that we do. But it is quite a difference.
Yeah, and also, so when you have those Medicare, Medicaid programs and you get that money, whatever money you get from that, you cannot bill them for the rest. You can't go after collections for that. So if Medicare says, we're gonna give you $250 for that, and that's it, that's it. That's all you get. And there's no, and as you know, you can't fight them on it. It's just, that is what it is.
So if you take it, you're accepting it.
That's it. Yeah.
So, money's tight for everybody, as we all know, taxes, everything, taxes going up. So your ask is for 60 over from last year, correct? But you're.
From what we were given, yes.
Yes, and then, so you're actually, your deficit from your proposed budget to last year's budget is 50 grand, so it's like $10,000 difference. Just, money's tight for everybody, you know what I mean? So, if we can keep taxes down as much as possible, keep it, you know, it's just a consideration of mine anyway.
Yeah, and that's where this whole consolidation of services comes in, and that's where we're trying to remain fiscally responsible by letting everybody reap the rewards of everything.
Yeah, I mean, the increase this year, from the request last year, you know, obviously we worked, with some of the numbers that came in, the health insurance is lower, but it's that payroll, you know, we wanna try and go up again this year, more than the 2% that we usually, you know, we don't promise, but we attempt a minimum of 2% increase every year, which isn't even inflation, right? What's the normal for inflation right now? 3 something, right? Yeah, 3.25. So 2% for a pay raise a year is almost a slap in the face of our employees, but that's what we had always done prior to like 2020. So this request was to hope to go to the 5.5% increase, I believe is what it came out to be. It starts with our EMTs is starting at $20 an hour. We want to start them at $21 an hour, right? And then the years of service that you're already here, it changes that overall average of our employees, our base rate. But that's the thought behind it.
I just a quick question. So if my numbers are right, 21,900 man hours, that's 60 man hours a day for 365 days. So if you weren't here, where would the ambulances be coming from? They'd be coming from private services here?
There is no private services.
There's nobody?
It would be
There's
all
nobody
mutual
left.
aid.
Okay, so my question is, if you weren't here, you're asking for the increase, what would you think our response time would be for our citizens?
Every day it changes, but if we didn't have, if you didn't have anybody here, or if we just didn't have one ambulance, so.
I mean, you're here 60 man hours a day.
Yep.
So the funny part about that is, it's the state mandates that municipalities have an ambulance, right?
Yep.
But they refuse to fund you. So herein lies the rub, right? So if we weren't here, you would have to, either work with municipalities around you to hopefully share in something, or you would have to go to a paid, a for-profit ambulance service like American Ambulance, and they would quote you a price on putting an ambulance in town, which is usually a little bit higher than whatever the national average is. And then that billing, so you pay that, and they keep that billing.
So we'd pay a lot more money.
Absolutely.
Okay. So to me, it's obvious,
But that's also,
I-
you would only get a basic level ambulance, there would not be a paramedic there.
Understood. It just,
To
it
answer
just seems
the-
like you're grossly underpaid for what you're doing. It's almost like you're volunteering to me. So I commend you for it.
Can
To
I-
kind of answer your question, though, mutual aid, you know, we have Moore Lake, Putnam has an ambulance, Moose Up has an ambulance, but Killingly does, you know, 3,300 to 3,600 responses a year. If you pull that ambulance out of Moore Lake to do those, and multiple times a day, we have 2 ambulances, 3 ambulances running. This morning, Doug and I were on the road in an ambulance.
We were the 4th ambulance out,
You
me
know,
and him, as soon
so-
as we walked in the door.
It was just that crazy, you know? They're not gonna keep up with it, you know, the mutual aid won't keep up with it. So now your mutual aid is gonna be Canterbury, Ashford. We can't even say Hampton or Chaplin, that's a Willamette ambulance, you know, so, there's not, and the commercial companies have left the area. AMR used to have an office in Putnam, they're no longer here. Even the Massachusetts bordering towns have said they will not come, and that's primarily for paramedic level service, but they will not come south of Thompson or Woodstock because it's too far for them to respond. So our paramedic mutual aid is down to American and Wyndham paramedics, which is Norwich and obviously Willimantic.
Steve, how many paramedics do you have?
We have 6 full-timers
6
plus us.
full-timers plus us,
And
we have a
then-
total of about 16 with the part-timers.
I apologize, I meant to print that out before I came here. And I
Yeah,
have a
it is,
whole
it's-
No,
set
that's,
that I-
that's a huge benefit.
Yeah.
And we currently have
You didn't have
4,
that many last year, did you?
No,
I didn't think
we've
so.
gone up.
and we currently have 4 that are, we have 1 that's precepting, and we have 3 that are getting ready to precept. So that will add to
Currently,
the
the
workforce.
paramedics, you know, every day, every week, every month it changes. Currently, the paramedics are, with the 4 coming on, we will be at our volume, at the number we want to be at. The EMTs, we just dropped back down, we were coming up to it, but we lost several, and I tell people this all the time. Unfortunately, the EMS loses EMTs and providers 2 ways. Either they go to a fire department because they want a fire-based EMT paramedic job, or they move up and they move into APRN, PA, nursing. And that's, I've got one that just left. She finished her nursing school and got hired in the ED in London. Somebody just got hired on, I don't know, one
The
of
fire
the
department.
Rhode Island fire departments. So they're leaving.
We have 2 that are, have applied to medical school. They're gonna be leaving shortly.
That's right. So. you
It's
know,
a stepping stone career to what you had said about the pay. It's always been a stepping stone career, so that's why it's always been like this with your staffing levels. There's very few of us like me and Steve that have been doing this for 30 years.
And it's because of the services that we provide. We're out in the streets, and sometimes it's great. You know, you have patients. You have your patients that you absolutely adore, and yeah, obviously we're there to help, and we're happy to help everybody. But we get put in a lot of situations that are just sometimes unimaginable, unbelievable. We see a lot of things that.
You picked up my dad a few times then?
You know, and we see things that no human should have to see, right? And then we don't really pay them to do it either, and so it's not a career people stick with. And it's work, and, you know, up and down stairs, and carry up and down, and it's not a career that's, it's rewarding. The only reward is the help that we give our patients. It's tough to make a living off of it, and so people don't. And with COVID, I gotta tell you, during COVID, when we were gowning up and masking up for every patient and whatnot, it was horrendous, and I almost walked away, because it was just, And after a while, I was like, well, either I get it or I don't. It doesn't matter. I can't go through this process every call, every time. And I don't know if you ever seen me on a call. I sweat standing still, so, you know, when the calls get critical and you put those gowns on and I just, you know, it was just.
Then you do CPR. Yeah.
Thank
And
God for
those were the-
CPR machines.
Yeah, Lucas, yes,
Those
the
were the
Lucas.
calls that we had to have them on, right? You know,
So, one quick thing too, kind of goes along with your underpaying. So if you really look at where you were in '23 and what you're projecting for '24, that's like 26,000 of that $60,000 increase, correct? So about almost half of what is just so what we can pay and keep our people.
Correct.
And it's, from last year's request to this year's request, it's a $5,000 difference.
8,000. 8,000.
Steve, I want to say thank you for coming.
Thank you for having us.
And I do have a few questions. I am glad to hear that we had 133 calls covered by the transfer ambulance. I know that was one thing you had talked about, though, that if you did start doing the transfers, that asset would be available to serve Killen, and I'm glad to hear that part of it's worked out. I just have a question on, one of my questions, on the fueling. Are you still using, if I remember correctly, KB was using the fueling at the town garage?
Yeah, we use Killingly Town Garage and we use Palford Town Garage.
And I'm sure you probably have to gas up when you get sent down to like New London. You probably have to gas up somewhere in between.
Yeah.
So they don't necessarily always have fixed.
Always fill up here, yep.
Mhm.
So that was one of my questions. The other questions, let me get back. I know you had talked about one of your ambulances reaching 200,000 miles. Now, have you looked into comparisons as far as doing something like repowering the ambulance rather than replacing it, as far as replace the engine, replace the transmission, cost analysis between repowering and replacing? I know there's a lot more than just the engine, the transmission, the rear end. You've got the body itself, all the equipment inside as well.
So we have discussed that. We have a fleet maintenance supervisor that we work with as well. And that's been a discussion we have. More likely, the better scenario would be to do what we call a remount of the boxes, where the entire box is taken off the back of the chassis. Because the chassis takes a lot of weight, and all the components of the vehicle are very well challenged when we have those boxes on those trucks. So it's not just the engine.
Yeah.
We did have a discussion that the one that's coming up too, we had a discussion about whether we wanted to replace the engine and keep it for hopefully another couple hundred. The question is the chassis gonna hold that long?
Yeah.
You know, so, but, you know, how much is an engine? You know, so it's not you're not gonna get 200,000 miles out of it. Are you gonna get what you put into it, though? So those are the questions that we were trying to answer, and we're still looking into that. The remounts have gotten outrageously expensive as well, so those aren't as popular anymore. It was nice when Chris Bowen did remounts. He was a little bit cheaper than going to the big companies. He no longer does those. I don't know anyone in the area that does them. That we end up going to the manufacturer. So AAV is an ambulance manufacturer that does remounts, but it's almost the cost of a new ambulance. But it is something that we will review and look into, and do it again as we move along here.
And the wait times for the remounts are outrageous. Right now, the one ambulance still that we're waiting for took over a year to build, because they're so backed up, and they're gonna wanna build you a new one long before they just give you a remount, you know?
True. I am well aware of the abuses that the chassis sees on an ambulance. I do work for Oakdale and Montville on their ambulances, so I am very familiar with the amount of abuse they take just from the weight. So,
On your ambulance replacement, how many years do you do the same amount every year? And are you
We
guys
are
like in a
now.
position when you need your ambulance, are you gonna have like a substantial amount? Or is this new since like you took over?
So that's new in the last couple of years.
Okay.
We had never, so my predecessor, and with the way the programs were running, it was always whatever was left over got put into capital, and then whatever we could do, we would do. And some years it was great, other years it was not, and it just was what it was. With the way that the cost has risen, the revenue has not, that's kind of steady, we need to plan better. And so we're trying to plan for, you know, a max of about eight years. We figure after 8 years, it's gonna have about 200,000 miles on it. That's where we wanna be. We're gonna have 7 ambulances. For Killingly, it's 4 ambulances. That's an ambulance every 2 years, you know, so we've gotta plan ahead for that, and that's what that is supposed to, that's why that's there. Yeah, right now, that'll be a consistent thing each year, and if we have to adjust it as we go, we will. But again, it's new, it's something that, a lot of this budget is new, and it's still a work in progress. Obviously, over the last couple of years, things have changed multiple times, you know, with things beyond our control, within our control, whatever. We're still learning and still building this process.
Well,
so.
I appreciate you putting this all together, so we can actually look at it this year, so. good job.
Thank you.
any other questions or comments from council? All right, seeing none, want to thank you, Steve, for coming.
Thank you for having us
Thank you.
again. Thank you for listening.
We'll now move on the agenda. Next item up is 6G, presentation by UCFS Healthcare, a fiscal year 24 to 25 budget request.
Good evening, Chairman, Chairwoman, and Council. Oh, I thought it was on. There you go. Okay, good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for having me. My name is Pam Kinder. I'm Vice President of Business Development at UCFS Healthcare, an organization which is near and dear to my heart, and I've been there for 20 years. So to be respectful of your time, I'm going to go through my presentation. Feel free to interrupt at any time and ask questions, or you can wait till the end. Next slide, please. Our mission and vision. UCFS Healthcare strives to reduce health disparities and improve the health and well-being of the community. Our vision is by performance, reputation, and partnership, we will be Eastern Connecticut's best choice for patient-centered healthcare. Next slide. The next three slides are a look back and forward. UCFS has been in existence since 1877. 2 women were walking across the Norristown Green and discussed a way to develop an organization that would reduce all forms of suffering. And over 146 years later, here we are, UCFS Healthcare. So throughout that time, we have added programs and deleted programs based on the needs in the community. You can go on to the next slide if you'd like. And the one after that too. Keep going. So we have a variety of programs and services. We are a federally qualified health center, and we provide medical, dental, and behavioral health services regardless of a person's ability to pay. We have a large community outreach services program, which houses community health workers, case managers, and our Access to Care program. That staff provides support staff to those in the community who need it. They may need help with insurance eligibility program, assistance with identifying where to get energy assistance, fuel assistance, housing, and a variety of things. They may need somewhere to sleep. They may need clothing, food. So our community outreach services really works with our providers and the clients to say, what do you need? We understand when you're walking through the door and you may have depression or anxiety, that there's other things going on in your life. You may be having anxiety and depression because you don't know if you're going to be evicted, if you don't have food for your child, you don't have clothing for your child. So we really look at the entire person and put them at the center of what their needs are. It's not just you're coming in today for a sore throat or you're coming in today because you have anxiety. What else is going on in your life? We also have a large community-based behavioral health program. Those programs are typically funded by DCF and other state program grants, and those are focused on in the community. Those staff go into the community and assist people where they are, whether it's in the home, whether they're going into the school setting to help a family member have a voice of a problem that they're having with their family. Our mobile crisis intervention services is 24/7, 365 days a year, and those staff go out into the community if a child is experiencing a behavioral health issue. And then we have elder care services. We have Ross Adult Day Center, which provides a safe, secure environment during the day from 8 to 4:30 for those people who can't stay home alone but aren't ready for institutionalized care. And that provides their caregiver to be able to work or have respite care that they need. And then Sheltering Arms Residential Care Home is a 30-bed residential care home for people, and that becomes their home. So
Where
where
are those located?
those are
Am I supposed
located
to
at
wait
165
till I-
McKinley Avenue in Norwich.
Norwich, okay.
Norwich, yes. Next slide, please. So we cover about 900 square miles. We have health centers in Norwich, Griswold, Plainfield, New London, and Colchester. Those are our main hubs where people come to visit us. We also have 9 school-based health centers in the town of Norwich, Montville, and Waterford. And then, as I said, we have those community-based hubs and offices where clients aren't seen, but our staff are situated, so they're strategic where they need to be. Next slide. UCFS at a glance. We have a $36 million budget. We have a 15-member community board of directors. 51% are required to be our consumers of people who utilize our service, and that's per our federally qualified health center status. Those consumers are a voice. They relay to us the good, the bad, and the ugly, if they have any, and 9 times out of 10 it's positive. But they also center us of what's needed in the community, so they're a positive voice. We have about 380 employees, down from high 4s prior to COVID. And we're a training site for medical, dental, and behavioral health professional students, interns, and residents. And we do have that patient-centered medical home model where the patient is at the center of our decisions. Next slide. So in calendar year 2023, we sourced 16,549 unduplicated users for 123,773 visits. The breakdown is 68% medical, 25% dental, and 30% behavioral health. 83.4% of our patients are at or below 200% of the federal poverty rate, which for a family of 4 is about $40,000. The insurance status, 59% Medicaid, 12% Medicare, 25% private, and 3% uninsured. Next slide, please. So in calendar year 23, you can see that 18% were Hispanic, 65% non-Hispanic. The health disparities we're seeing are depression and anxiety, hypertension, overweight, obesity, diabetes, and asthma. And many of our clients experience barriers to accessing care and transportation and language barriers. We are if there's any positive with COVID, prior to COVID, the state of Connecticut did not reimburse for telehealth services. And when COVID hit, they started reimbursing for telehealth services, which is wonderful for our patients who have transportation issues and the younger generation who relates to the screen-to-screen care. So that has been a positive. We can meet people where they need to be without having transportation be a barrier. And then we do provide Language Line, which is a multitude of languages. So if somebody comes in, they can relate. We can call that Language Line and provide the services that they need in the language that they wish to be spoken in. Next slide, please. Support from the town of Killingly. This is part of the letter that we sent. Fiscal year 23, we saw 285 unduplicated residents for 2,198 visits for a cost of $416,359. It broke down to 58 dental visits, 826 primary care medical visits, 26 women health visits, and 1,288 behavioral health visits. Next slide, please. They're increasing. The number of Killingly residents are increasing. For medical, in 2022, we saw 270 unduplicated residents. In 2023, it was 302. And in behavioral health for those same years, it went from 64 to 79. Next slide, please. So why support UCFS? You know, it's tough coming after that medical services that does a wonderful service as well, and the other nonprofits in your area. You know, I venture to say our communities would look a lot different without the nonprofits in the area. We provide dedicated service. Typically, we don't pay our staff as well as others, but we do it for the mission. We do it for the residents. We do it for what we hope to achieve in our community, make our community better. And it makes the town of Killingly a better place, having UCFS be an option for their medical, dental, and behavioral health services. Next slide, please. Partial or no funding. So my slide was based on the 4 or 5 questions that I was asked to answer. We will continue to provide the services whether you fund us or not. So I know you're sitting there thinking, then why would I fund you? Our services are key to the health of the community. Our mission will continue. We will continue to provide the services as we do in all of our towns that we ask funding for. There could be a delay in care. There could be less staffing that we're able to provide at those locations, so access becomes harder for the services we have. But we won't stop providing care to the residents of Killingly. We ask that you support us. The services we provide are worthwhile. And I think it makes Killingly and the towns we provide services in better for the services that we provide. And I think you're seeing an increase because we have this a large health center in Griswold now and in Plainfield. So you're seeing that if there's not opportunities in the town of Killingly for a primary care physician or behavioral health services, they're finding a way to get to us. Any question?
Yep, I have
Yes.
a question. So out of all the offerings that you do, what is the dollar value that you're not reimbursed by either states, grants?
Sure.
Medicaid, insurance?
Yep. So I can get you, one of the examples I wrote down. So for instance, the dental that we provide, the dental care, the cleaning, and we're required to have the dentist come in, and that's one visit. So when you go to your private dentist, when the dentist peeks their head in and says your x-rays look good, the dentist is billing and the hygienist is billing. In our case, we can't. We bill for one visit. So every dental appointment that we have, we lose $166.887. So we don't make money on any of our services.
So you don't get reimbursed anyway for that money? That's a loss.
It's a loss.
That's a complete
Yes.
loss.
Yes.
You don't get reimbursed.
Yeah, we get
by
reimbursed,
anything.
but the reimbursement, our costs minus the reimbursement, we lose $166 for the dental.
What's your actual cost of it?
I can get you that. I didn't write that down as a note, but I would send that information to Ashley or to, okay.
Yeah, Ashley.
Yeah.
I'm just, for the Killingly residents, I'm not sure where they're seen. They're seen here in Killingly?
No, we don't have a site in Killingly. So
Okay.
your residents
They
must be
come
coming
there.
to our Plainfield or our Griswold site. And we find that some people, we're like, oh, well, that person lives in Killingly, but they came to our Norwich site because they work in Norwich. Or it makes sense for them to have their primary care provider in a town that they may work in or adjacent to their town.
That was going to be my question, because I know, living in Killingly and I work in Montville, I don't always seek medical services here. I do when I can.
Yes.
Recently, I was trying to get a dentist in town. I didn't have any luck with that.
Dr. Trudeau in Montville, she's wonderful. Because I live in Montville.
Yep, right around the corner from where I work. Unfortunately, she's not in my
Oh, okay.
dental insurance's network. But yeah, that was going to be my question is did you know how many of these, the Killenly residents that received services were in Griswold, in Plainfield, compared to your other locations?
I can certainly find it. And with telehealth, they could be sitting in their home in Killingly and logging on to telehealth also. And that could be another reason why we're seeing an uptick. There might not be behavioral health clinicians, and UCFS had an opportunity to provide care via telehealth.
Yeah, if we could see those numbers as far as Killenly residents that use the telehealth as well, that would be great.
Sure. Any other questions? This is the first time we've asked, and we saw the increase. So we asked a percentage of our cost to several towns. And when we were reviewing it, our grants person was reviewing, they're like, Killenly numbers seem to be ticking upward, and it might be worthwhile having a meeting with them and asking them for some support. So I appreciate your time and your questions.
I do have another question.
Sure.
If Killenly was willing to support UCFS in your request, is UCFS considering having a facility in Killenly, since you're seeing an uptick in the amount of Killenly residents using your services?
No. No, it's not on our strategic plan.
Okay.
There are other organizations we chatted a little bit about, CHR and United Services. And then as a federally qualified health center, we have to be strategic where we are. There's Generations, there's Community Health Center, Inc., there's other federally qualified health centers, and we have to do a change of scope to come into Killenly, and it would have to be approved. So it's not part of our long-term plan.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So- Oh, sorry. Hi.
Hello.
Thank you for coming. Great
Sure.
presentation. So would you say you're picking up the overflow from United Services and like people they're not being able, because we heard for a long time there were no appointments available. It was taking weeks. Are you like another opportunity to cut that down, like especially the behavioral health?
Yeah,
is that
that's what
what
I would
you're
imagine. Not a lot of places will take Medicaid. So they're searching out where there's availability, and we have an opportunity to fill some of the gaps. And again, I was talking to Mary, CHR, United Services, wonderful organizations. I was in a council meeting several years ago in the town where we have our largest health center, and he actually said to me, if you weren't here, they wouldn't be here. And I'm like, they? Like, you mean you're members of your community? And so, there's a fallacy that nonprofits, like if we go away, everybody's problems go away. And that's certainly not the case. And so you're fortunate to have 3 organizations and more nonprofits that are here to meet the needs of your community. So I can't say for sure why they're seeking out UCFS, other than the fact that maybe, staffing issues because of COVID, the same thing we're having, and they found us. And, we're lucky to have them, and we're pleased to have them. But we do work really well with the other nonprofits in our communities, because, that old saying, it takes a village. It really does. It really does. So run a lot of committees together and brainstorming and what makes sense. And we've had issues hiring dentists in the state, and we partnered with Generations to do a white paper and meet with legislators to say, we need help. We need dentists in this area. UCFS had 1,100 person wait list for dental care. And a lot of dentists might say, yes, I take Title 19. We'll see you in 18 months. Well, if you have an infected tooth, you can't wait 18 months. So we really do work well together. So, and I'm very respectful of the other nonprofits because we can work together. And we do. If they have a client that they can't meet the need, then they'll call us and vice versa. So I'm assuming that's why they're seeking us out. And our Griswold building is absolutely beautiful. So maybe they're driving by and it's not that far away, in Plainfield also. Yes. Any other questions? No. I appreciate your time and how late it is. I don't know how long your meetings usually go, but... So
we're here till the end.
Okay. So I just want to verify the questions. The cost versus reimbursement, what we get, how many residents are being seen in our Griswold and our Plainfield location, and how many telehealth visits? Yeah.
And
And
we'd like to see that you're asking, like I said to the gentleman with the ambulances, you know, we're in bad times right now, and, you know, most of the people don't really have any extra money to donate. You know, I think if you gave us a reason, you know, showed us in a budget what your downfalls are and where you need to recoup some of your revenues. Instead of just saying, hey, we're great for the community, show us why you need the money, not
Right.
that you're great for the
Well, every medical, dental, behavioral health service that we do, we're not funded for the total amount of our cost. So you're helping that gap, that loss, as the example with the dental. So every patient we see, we lose $167, and we can show you that from medical and behavioral health.
Yeah, he's asking for the totals. The
Sure.
totals losses, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any other questions?
So I'm trying to understand this. So if every year you're not funded for the loss, and you have say 100,000, I know it's probably more or whatever, then what happens? Like, explain to me this process, I'm a little lost.
So we apply for grants, and we get funding from the federal government, but that doesn't pay for the gap. So that assists with the gap. So we do funding. We have a small endowment, and we do fundraising and grants to fill the gap.
So you would just, with each year's loss, fall more behind, or you would see less people? Like, I'm trying to, how would that manifest?
We would reduce expenses, reduce staff. So similar to what, you know, the ambulance gentleman is talking about, you try to see where you can cut your expenses. And similar to him, one of our biggest expenses is staff. So where does it make sense? Is there administrative staff that we can cut? Facility staff? So we make those tough decisions also. So we have a zero budget, at least a break-even budget. Yeah. Good. Thank
Any
you very
further-
much for your time.
Okay.
I'll get the responses and get back to you either tomorrow or the next day. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Michelle, when it comes to Medicare and Medicaid, I did billing, health billing for a while. Some of it's documentation, but some of it's just ridiculous. The amount of reimbursement is just, it's just terrible. And then they expect you to, one of those unfunded mandate kind of things. Yeah, we'll pay for it for you.
All right, so we'll move on to the agenda. Next item up is 7, unfinished business for town meeting action, and we have none. So we'll move on to item 8, citizen statements and petitions. Ms. Glory, do we have anything submitted?
I do have to provide the copy to the town council, my apologies. And I don't have them listed out independently. I just realized that I left them on my desk. But a number of our seniors from the movies did submit public comment with regards to supporting the ARPA funding request by the Recreation Department. I apologize for having left that on my desk. It's okay. I will provide that all to the council. But it was, there was about 25 or 30 individuals. They just simply, they were very short statements, and they were all individuals that had attended the last movie from the senior center. So I truly do apologize. I just realized that sitting here right now, I went, I don't see them in my packet. So I truly do apologize, but they did, and I can provide those all to the council. And they just wanted to recognize, have the council recognize that they truly enjoy the movies and the opportunity to socialize, and wanted to support that project.
Now, can we get those added into the minutes for this meeting?
I will, yes.
Okay.
I will provide them to the secretary as well.
Okay.
I apologize.
All right.
And they will be put up on the website as well.
Okay, thank you for that.
I'll get them all.
Anyone for public comment? Last call for public comment. Seeing none, we'll move on the agenda. Next item up is council and staff comments. Seeing none, we'll move on.
So, can we start keeping track for the senior programs of how many residents from out of town come? Not that you would turn them away just because everybody else is giving data of how much, our residents are using their services, so.
So we don't have a sign-in list for that. Like, people just come. So they don't ask people for proof of residency or anything like that. It's a free program. If you want us to start, asking people for identification.
No, just to see where they're coming from. Because we had the presentation for Brooklyn Senior
From,
Center,
yeah,
and they were like,
QV,
oh, well, we
yeah.
had 50 people come.
Sure.
We had 43 people come from Killingly, so it would just be, just to know where they're coming from, not to turn them away.
Yeah, no, sure. Again, they just, and I will say, some of the people that provide a comment are not Killingly residents. They identified their location as to where they're coming from. But we have not asked people to sign in or to indicate any of that. So I'll ask Recreation if they can put in a sign-in list and indicate, people,
town?
what town they're from.
Yeah, that's.
And see what data we can collect from that.
Yeah. Okay. And I agree. I mean, we heard from the KB Senior presentation that Killingly residents are down there. We've heard from UCFS that Killingly residents are Plainfield Griswold. The question remains, how many out-of-town residents are using Generations? How many out-of-town residents are going to the movie night? So you always wonder, is it a wash?
And I would say probably you also see a lot of Killingly residents go to Putnam Senior Center and attend Putnam and Thompson and all of those other recreation opportunities as well.
Yeah.
They find the recreation opportunities that speak to them and participate in them, so.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. Any other comments? Seeing none, we'll move on the agenda. Next item up is appointments to boards and commissions, which we have none this time. We had no interviews last week. So we'll move on to item 11, reports from liaisons. I do not see a Board of Ed liaison. And report from the Borough Council liaison.
I'm here.
Ms. Wakefield.
As of March 20th, I was resat on the Borough Council. So their March meeting, which was the 20th, they went over, there's always a fire department report, fire commissioner's report. The borough has also signed the, like Killingly did, to put on hold their withdrawal from NDDH. They continue to have $30,000 for their facade improvement program for borough businesses. I believe they're going to be drafting a letter to go out to the KBA to pass that on, because it's, it's nice thing to have. Last night was their annual town meeting, or their annual budget meeting. It was approved unanimously. One thing that kind of they started last budget was introducing a paid stipend for daytime hours. It was meant to encourage, they were missing a lot of EMS calls, the emergency medical calls. This particular budget, they've increased it by just over $7,000. It's an incentive program to encourage current members that are EMTs, EMRs, and to encourage those that aren't to become EMTs and EMRs, so that they can make sure they make the emergency medical calls. They have, the stipend has actually improved. The fire chief talked about, it went from being missing almost 20% of their EMS calls, and it's down to, I think, 15. So it's a slow, obviously their stipend is not anywhere as close to what market value is. But it's a little something, and like the ambulance employees, a lot of them, obviously they live in town. It's their community, it's their friends, it's their family, their neighbors, so they have a vested interest. So it kind of offsets the lack of commercial pay, and it gives them experience, because then they could go on to someplace, and get a job with maybe American later on or something. But it's just like everything else, the fire service, there's always a need for volunteers, and so I believe they have just over 30 members in Danielson right now, so.
Thank you. Next item up on the agenda is 12A, discussion and acceptance of monthly budget reports. Can I get a motion to adopt the summary report on general fund appropriations for town government?
I'll make that motion.
Motion has been made by Mr. Grandelsky, seconded by Ms. Barclay. Discussion, comments?
Maybe particular, how did the early voting go and costs with that? Where, that's
I don't have that broken out separately. I can get that for you.
but maybe, do you have an amount of do you have an amount of people that actually nothing?
I didn't pull that together for tonight's meeting.
I'm just
So I would need to
wondering
pull that
how
together for you.
Because
Yeah.
it was the people that came, they did see the advertisement at the library, they did see it on Facebook, and they came. But they were regular voters, they weren't something they weren't outside that we normally get.
There's a lot of dogs.
Yeah, so there is a lot of dogs. At the end of the year, we do have to transmit most of that funding to the state. And so we just had that reporting hasn't taken place to transmit most of that revenue to the state. So yes, right now it looks like we have a lot of money for dogs. We end up only getting to keep it like $1 per dog. So most of that transmits to the state. I would agree with that, but the state has other plans.
Could I ask, what is the wise use of money in propriety? Is it just this volatile income again, like that it went up,
This will also-
414%?
This will, a lot of that is interest income right there, and that will be adjusted towards the end of the year when we have to recognize market gain or loss. So you'll see an adjustment at the end of the year, but, so it's basically based on investment.
Any further comments? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Next item up on the agenda is item 12B. Can I get a motion to adopt the system object based on adjusted budget for the Board of Education?
I'll second it.
Motion was made by Ms. Barclay, seconded by Mr. Cottula. Questions or comments?
I'll wait.
We can have our liaison to the Board of Ed, bring that up at the Board of Ed meeting. That would be great. It would be great to have a liaison from the Board of Ed here, since it's on our agenda.
It was brought up, I think it's been brought up at every meeting.
No, I would recommend it continues to
I
be brought up at
will
every
relay
meeting.
it again. I was going to just wait for my report, but yeah, I will relay that again.
Thank you. Any further discussion, comments? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. We'll now move on in the agenda. Next item up is item 13, correspondence, communications, and reports. 13A is the town manager's report. Ms. Clory, could you go over this?
Sure. So the first communication was around the Northeast District Department of Health. They did announce their new interim director, Jim Vanoy. He is the placement from the State Department of Health that is assisting as they are moving forward to complete their search for the new director. I am participating on their search committee, so we are meeting to go through applicants. Next, the town hall did sustain water damage on the rain event that spanned March 23rd to the 24th. And we had ceiling tiles and water that damaged our IT network switch gear here at the town hall. That damage thankfully was discovered on Sunday. One of our PD staff reached out to me on Sunday morning to let me know that they were having problems with the computers and the telephones. I immediately contacted Novus to ask them if they could do an initial evaluation on the system. They were immediate in their response. They immediately contacted me literally within minutes and said, I'm just going to swing by the town hall. And so they stopped in within 15 minutes and immediately responded to me that there was a significant water event that took place and that we had severe damage. They then immediately activated other members of the Novus team to start brainstorming how to get temporary equipment that might be able to be made available to us because they immediately recognized the potential impact to early voting, which I would say probably not many other network support servicer companies would recognize that when working with a municipality, that early voting is in 2 days, and this is critical infrastructure to allow this because we had no internet at all when the system went down, none. And also, I was able to communicate that we also needed a budget out in 2 days. And we had no access to our network systems at all because our network gear all went down. So we didn't have any server loss because our servers were all virtually hosted, but we had no way to get to them. And so it was really pretty catastrophic for us. I applaud Novus on their immediate response. They had found alternative equipment to temporarily get us up. Like they had another guy that went to their Hartford office and found some temporary stuff that would at least get minimum services up. So I had to, Jen and I had to prioritize which departments were under whatever demands or deadlines in order for them to be able to be plugged in for access. They did this all on Sunday. They notified me by 4 o'clock on Sunday. We had a quote for the equipment that needed to get replaced that could be overnighted to here for the next day. They had a full team here, 3 upper-level staff members with Novus. 3 members were here that were fully knowledgeable of our entire infrastructure and troubleshooting and implementing absolutely everything that could be implemented immediately. So we had, yes, disruption, but that disruption was so minimized by their response to us. Early voting was not impacted at all. That was critical, and they knew that. We were able to get the budget document out. That was critical, and they knew that. There was a couple other departments that had immediate deadlines for submissions on things, and we were able to manage that and get them access in order for that to be able to happen. So we had, equipment-wise, our loss was about $12,000 in total equipment loss. And then there's man-hours, obviously, for Novus in response. But we are filing an insurance claim for that. That's why we have insurance. So KERM has already been notified. They've already established that claim. We've already submitted everything. They clearly were not going to make us wait for somebody to come out before we started restoring network. That was not going to happen. So we have submitted all of that, but, I just want to applaud Novus for that, really quick response. And, our facility maintainer, I reached out to him immediately to find out about like our we have a commercial dehumidifier and like a shop vac because, the floor was saturated. We had a lot of water in that area. It wasn't just like a little leak. He responded immediately as well, and spent a lot of time trying to troubleshoot where that potential water infiltration came from. We have identified the source. However, I will say, I think every time it rains, somebody's running in that IT room to like put eyes on everything to make sure there's not a drip of water in there. So that was the storm damage that we incurred, and really how we addressed that. The Vision Committee update, I do want to let you know that I am trying to pull together different formats from other other communities that have done that type of committee in the past, just to get ideas for structure to be able to present to you. I do want to let you know that I did ask our legal team with regards to the conversation around like a coffee with a counselor, whether or not there was any need for like published agenda or FOIA concerns around that, if it's one or two council members just casually being able to meet over coffee with any constituents that want to come, there's no issue with that. So I'm looking with, Ashley and I are going to start working on where potential locations might be. So she might be reaching out to you over the next week or so. We've been kind of heads down in the budget for the past 2 weeks, but she's going to start reaching out to all of you to find out if you want to participate in that, what would your timing availability might be, so we can start trying to figure out what that might look like and start looking at potential locations for that type of interaction. The next one, the River Trail 5 project. So this is actually a project that we have had slated for 5 years. We've completed design. We're actually now contracted for the actual construction of it. I did provide you a map so you can actually see where that extension is. It's really kind of right towards the end of Gloria Ave, which is where the current River Trail ends, and it'll extend basically to the intersection with the Quandock Brook, right? So that's the little section right there. That's our Phase 5. Phase 6 really brings that from that point all the way to the Plainfield line. That's the phase that we're kind of stuck with regards to Deep Wildlife Division, right? So this, we will begin construction in the next month for that extension of the River Trail and that will be a paved section of the River Trail. It'll meet all the same standards and requirements that are existing. And then lastly, just wanted to update you. We did onboard our 7th law enforcement officer. Officer Coriarty is joining us. He has a 29-year experience in law enforcement. He retired with a 22-year career in Willimantic, retiring as a lieutenant. He was recently serving as a sergeant with the Mohegan Pequot Tribal Nation Police Department. So he comes to us with great depth of knowledge in working with police and very high accolades from his previously serving locations. So I'm excited to have him as part of the team, and I think he will, really, he's really willing to, dig in and be a community officer.
Is he our 7th or 8th? I thought you said.
He is our 8th. I'm sorry. He is our 8th. We're still going for our 9th. I've too many numbers lately. Sorry. We didn't lose anybody. He is our 8th. Thank you.
He was from Mashantucket Pequot Tribal, not
Yes.
Mohegan Pequot.
Right, Mashantucket. Sorry.
I know, you're thinking.
It's getting late, I guess.
You're thinking
It's been long.
The Mohegan Pequot Tribal Fund, which.
No, yeah, I know. Sorry.
That's all right.
Mashantuck. He was from Mashantuck.
Thank you.
And came as a sergeant.
Okay.
Nothing on your insurance claims. I know a PA that'll probably get you a whole new town hall.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. That's too much paperwork. Nope, good with that.
And did you want to touch base at all on the meeting with Frontier today, or?
Oh, I can. So Frontier, and actually, there's several communication companies that are now reaching out to us. There is a grant that's available at the state level for expanded broadband in more rural areas where it would be inefficient cost-wise for the companies to expand that infrastructure. So there's not enough residents or businesses or consumers of that to make it cost-effective for these companies to expand their network into those areas. So I met with Frontier today. They are looking to be able to submit for this grant opportunity. And Comcast has also reached out to me. Part of the grant requirement is that they have a municipal letter of support in order to even apply for it. So Frontier's grant application is an expansion out in the East Killingly area. It's for essentially 40, in Killingly, it would affect 40 customers. Their total expansion costs were somewhere around 400,000 or something. It was pretty significant. And the grant provides 50% of the funding. The other 50% Frontier picks up the bill. It basically makes it cost effective. It makes it similar to their other expansions that they've done in other areas that have a higher number of customers. So I will be doing that letter of support on behalf of the municipality. I'm going to be Comcast reached out to me today as well for looking for the same letter of support. The town can submit more than one letter of support. Comcast's initial email was looking at Dayville and Danielson. So I don't know if I have a meeting scheduled yet with them. I believe that I do. I'm just not exactly sure what date and time. But these grant applications is due into the state by April 30th. So I have time to be able to be responsive to them and give them those letters of support. There's no cost to the town. It's just a letter of support from the municipality. So I'll be providing that as the town manager.
That was just one thing I wanted to touch upon, is that these aren't things that require action from the council.
Correct.
For a letter of support. Mary can just sign off on the letter of support for these.
Yep.
It was somewhere, wasn't there a comment that these people were gonna cover all areas of the town and we were gonna be guaranteed now it's, the state has to give grant monies to do, did we jump onto something like that?
If you're referring to when Frontier came before about the fiber expansion into Killingly, they did address that it wouldn't reach all areas
Correct.
of town. And a lot of that comes down to, is it worthwhile to extend fiber out to this area when you may only get 10 customers? Sometimes that's cost prohibitive. So when Frontier did come out and talk about their fiber expansion in town, it wasn't going to be to the entire town. So now this grant opportunity allows more parts of town to get reached by broadband because it's covering some of the cost of the infrastructure installation.
They sent out letters to various people, now they can't meet their obligations, whatever, but this might help. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Any other comments? Okay. All right, we'll move on the agenda. Next item is 14, unfinished business for town council action, and we have none for this evening, so we'll move on to item 15A, new business, consideration and action on a resolution to introduce and set a public hearing on a proposed ordinance to authorize acceptance from the State of Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection of a permanent drainage easement and rights to drain for drainage improvements on 530 Westcott Road. Can I get a motion to adopt this?
I'll make that motion.
Motion has been made by Mr. Grandelsky, seconded by Ms. Barclay. Ms. Clorio, can you go over this, please?
Yep, so, this is, every time I look at this and see 530 Westcott Road, I'm like, it's Cranberry Bog. So the property is addressed at 530 Westcott Road. However, this is a drainage easement for Cranberry Bog. So, when you look at the maps, I actually included two maps. One, which is the entire, kind of section of Cranberry Bog that we're looking at, and then I had them zoom in onto where the actual drainage easement is. It's a very small square right at that corner turn of Cranberry Bog at the lower end. So the value of it is only $36 of that drainage easement. So this is just, we've worked with the state of Connecticut, who owns that property, really getting the right to be able to have that permanent drainage easement. And this would be setting that public hearing because the value of this easement is less than $5,000. It doesn't require going to special town meeting. It would be an action that after a public hearing is held, the town council could take action on that. The request is to actually set the public hearing for your special council meeting on June 4th. And the reason for that, after speaking with the council chair, my concern was that typically we always set any public hearings or special town meetings for your next regular meeting. That would be May 14th, but that's the same day as the budget referendum. So I don't want to have that conflict of people trying to be here for that, but also trying to, be at our budget referendum. So in conversations with Chairman Anderson, he agreed that that was a concern and recommended the June 4th date instead. So we'll be looking to hold, really, as we go through these, all of the the public hearings and the one special town meeting. Should you decide to move forward with them, we're all looking at that June 4th date. Because just so you know, if we were to go to your June regular meeting, if either one of the budgets have to go for a second referendum, it would be on that day. So trying to kind of stay away from that budget process, just so people can have the availability to make sure they can attend to provide that feedback.
Thank you. Now, just one question, as far as the location of this curve, is this where that turtle crossing sign is on the side of the road?
Yes, but they obviously clearly take that into account, but yes, that is right near there.
Okay.
Not right there, but it is near there.
Yep.
It's the
Trying to
lower
think
part
further.
of, yeah.
Okay.
It's the lower part of Cranberry Bog. So we've done a whole lot of drainage work up through there. This is really, we're gonna be getting ready to go through final pavement of that area. You are gonna potentially see in the next couple of weeks that they're gonna finalize some of the drainage that's within our easement area. This kind of gives that final piece. We're not gonna be touching anything within that drainage easement until this is completed or approved by the town council after that public hearing process.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. We'll now move on in the agenda. The next item up is 15B, consideration and action on a resolution to accept the town's basic financial statements and related audit reports for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2023. Can I get a motion to adopt this resolution?
So moved.
A motion has been made by Ms. Wakefield, seconded by Ms. Barclay. Discussion. Or Ms. Cloyer, can you go over this?
You received a
really quick?
presentation from the town attorney, from the town auditor.
Okay.
Yep. Anytime. Come visit.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? This motion carries. Next item up on the agenda is item 15C, consideration and action on a resolution to appoint Mahoney, Sable and Company LLP Certified Public Accountants to perform the town's audit for fiscal year 2023 to 2024. Can I get a motion to adopt this resolution?
Second.
Motion was made by Ms. George, seconded by Ms. Wakefield. Ms. Cloyer, can you go over this?
So annually, the town council is required to appoint an auditor to perform our audit for the year. This is the fiscal year FY '24, the one that we're in right now, will be the third year of the 3-year contract extension that we had agreed to with Mahoney and Zabel. It's not automatic. The town council has to reappoint them formally, and that's what this does. And I've indicated in here the proposed fee, which is in agreement with that original contract that they supplied to us.
Okay, so this isn't a new contract, this is
Nope.
just the existing contract, this is just us having to appoint them for the last year of the contract that we're in.
Yes, you're required to formally appoint them.
Discussion, questions?
They're not going up ridiculous in their rate, right?
No, that's the same rate. It's the rate that they gave us, and during that, 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago, during that contract extension period. And it's been very reasonable. I will say that I honestly believe in watching what other towns are seeing when they've gone out to bid recently for audit services. I'm seeing towns of similar size of Killingly having audit fees in the neighborhood of 85 to 90,000. We are at 62.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. We'll now move on in the agenda. Next item up is item 15D. Consideration and action on a resolution to introduce and set June 4th, 2024 for a public hearing and special town meeting on an ordinance authorizing a transfer of up to $411,463 to the established unexpected education funds account. Before I entertain a motion, I just want to make everyone aware that I had some things that were brought up to me. I addressed the issues with Ms. Calorio, going over the memorandum of understanding. She actually printed out the copy of the state statutes for the unexpected education funds, and those were left on the tables for you. Concerns I had were based
Point
off
of
the...
order.
Yes.
Don't we make the motion and then discuss, or am I wrong?
We can do either. I can...
No, you would
Oh,
usually put a motion on the floor and then discuss.
All right.
That's
'cause-
Robert's Rule of Order.
Okay, because we've done it before where there's been discussion before.
You
a
really should
motion.
have a motion on the floor,
Okay, all right.
so.
So I will entertain a motion to adopt this resolution.
I'll make the motion.
Motion's been made by Mr. Gambatista, seconded by Ms. George. So back to discussion. I had reached out to the town manager because I had questions presented to me. And I started going over the MOU and looking at the MOU. There were certain things that are in here, one of them being 5, the monthly reports on the statuses of the account, and any expenditures from said account shall be provided to the Killingly Town Manager for transmittal to the Town Council. This isn't something that's been done. Also, some of the wording in number 2, as far as with the formal request for transfer of funds, which request shall provide a total amount of the request together with a budget as to the specific uses to the requested transfer shall be put. That's something that's also never occurred.
So let me just clarify, the request that's before you has followed the same process that the Board of Education has performed for this request since the inception of this by legislation and this MOU back in 2016. The Board of Ed has typically transmitted a memo to the town council requesting X amount of funds up to the cap that was established by that MOU in a memorandum based on a vote that they took at their meeting. It is then held by the town until the audit is completed. And then it is transmitted for action to the town council at that time. And then as far as expenditures, by statute, the town council doesn't weigh in on those expenditures. They only get them reported to them. And so that has been reported to you as the Board of Ed authorizes those expenditures. And within that document, it includes what they're expending those funds for. So the MOU, when it was originally drafted back in 2016, the language in the statute was different, right? And I think they were trying to mirror and bring in some of that statutory language. Yes, the MOU has been modified several times since 2016. However, only the numbers, meaning only the percentage amount that is allowed to be put in there, and the cap dollar amount has been what's been modified. None of the actual language. And so, yes, I agree with Mr. Anderson in that some of that language is a bit vague and probably doesn't necessarily represent how Killingly has reported that. The non-lapsing fund is actually on the town side. So the Board of Education doesn't actually manage that fund from an actual true expenditure. They have to send those purchase orders over to the finance department. We have to evaluate to make sure that they have the amount of money available in the fund. So they don't self-manage that. That is managed on the town side. So monthly reporting would actually come from the finance department, not from the Board of Education, because they're not managing that fund. So I offered, if the council wants me to review that MOU to really kind of clean up some of that language to make it, number one, more understandable. I think it's challenging to understand some of it. Are we talking about transfers in? Are we talking about transfers out? Are we talking about who is supposed to be doing this, right? Like that's challenging, I think, in the wording of this MOU, and we've never really revisited any of that. I'm more than happy to kind of walk through that and look at the current state statute, which is at your tables, which I believe is far clearer than what it was in 2016. I will say that. I think there was some additional language there in 2016 that made this a bit more cumbersome. So I will gladly do that so that way it can become, I think, a little clearer. But I want to make sure that I relay this properly in that the Board of Education took the same steps that has always been taken in making this request. There has been no deviation, and they have done the same reporting through all the years, the same reporting to the town council since the inception of this MOU, as far as when money was being withdrawn from it. So I think the intent by the town council at the time when the MOU was generated and the intent of the Board of Education in response to that has been followed, whether or not it's, I think the MOU language is clunky. And if you were to, dice every single word of it, it's challenging. So I just want to make sure that I relay that, having gone through this. So I apologize for kind of.
No problem. And I agree with what Ms. Colorio said. The Board of Ed followed the same thing that they've done in years past. My personal opinion, just because something's been done one way doesn't mean that you continue doing it that way if you realize there's an issue with the way things have been done. So my question would be, if we were to table this item and clean up the MOU with the Board of Ed, we can still deposit this money at a later date, correct? Since this is already previous.
So we're issuing the audit this week. This is part of the audit. I will say, clearly it's not going to be approved tonight. This is setting a public hearing in a special town meeting. Hang on 1 minute. Let me just go and confer with my half audit brain over there.
What's that? Well, if we don't do it, see, they have to do it within a certain time frame. Now, the audit, you can't do it until the audit's done. So the audit's supposed to be done in December. So now we're here, but it also has to be done.
I just needed to work through the mechanisms of it on the back end on how it's reflected within the audit. So yes, you could table this tonight.
Okay.
And then I will say cleaning up the MOU language is going to take a couple of months, only because I need to go through the iteration of it. I have to correspond with the Board of Education side. And then, the council's gonna need to take action, Board of Ed is gonna need to take action, things need to go back and forth. So, so that all needs to take place.
Okay. All right.
But doesn't the monies have to go into the account?
The money's already in the general fund?
Yeah, but.
And
It
can't
does.
get-
It would normally be so the back end transaction would be that it comes from unassigned fund balance in 2024. It's not considered a supplemental appropriation, though.
Yeah,
We are getting ready to end 2024 and cross over into yet another fiscal year of 2025. Right. Right, but they probably wouldn't get there. That becomes an issue because you're in April. Reasonably, let's talk reasonable timeline. I get this back to you for your May meeting. It then has to go to the Board of Education for the Board of Education to look at and provide feedback. It then comes back to the town council for an MOU discussion in June. And then you set a public hearing in July, you've crossed fiscal years.
Right, we almost.
So, to be fair, I understand the concern. I understand about not just perpetuating. However, and we can correct it going forward for their FY '24 request, and clean up that language. I think the intent on both sides have been met throughout all of this time. And I think that the language that I'm going to prepare for you and bring to you is going to be what practice has been taking place since 2016, So, this account, the non-lapsing fund, really doesn't have monthly expenditures. I mean, this last year, they only appropriated 2 things out of it, over the entire year so far. So it's not a huge amount of activity that takes place in this. The town, we have a report, we have a page for it in the budget book now where we've been relaying the activity. They do correspond any withdrawals to the town council when those take place. So I think that the intent and the core of the MOU has been followed. It's fine if everybody disagrees with me, but I think that if we're going to wait and hold on this request, that clearly the submission of this request was done following the same processes. This is almost a year old at this point in time. We would run into challenges in trying to get all of that. And, I don't know what the reception is going to be from the Board of Education side in modifying the MOU.
Honestly, I think we just need clarification on number 1 and number 3. Because on number 3 is that, so number 1, transfer of funds into the subject account at the discretion of the town council. There is no requirement that funds be transferred to this account in any given year. But then you go to number 3 and it says the town council has no authority to deny the formal request. So does that mean we don't have
So
to
the
put
formal,
the money in, or we
so
only
I can tell you
deny-
what number 3 is speaking to,
Okay.
right? So number 1 is speaking to the money going in, because
Right.
I was here for this process, right?
Yep.
So number 1 is speaking to the money going in,
Yep.
right? And number 3 is speaking to the money going out,
Okay.
right?
So
So
is there, that's
the-
all we need cleaned up.
the expenditure going out, the council doesn't get to weigh in on that. That's only the local Board of Education that makes that. So that's that's the difference. 1 is talking about the money going in, the town, and actually it's by the state statute, it's the authorizing body of who authorizes the Board of Education, which is why you have to set a special town meeting. But here, in this organization, the town council is the authorizing one to send something to special town meeting. So it has to come through the town council in order to go to special town meeting, which is where the Board of Education's budget is adopted at town meeting, right? It's adopted by referendum vote then that's an adjourned town meeting. It goes to the referendum vote, right? So that's what the first part is talking about. Number 3 is talking about the expenditure out. Expenditure out of that fund can only be done by the Board of Education at the sole authority and sole discretion of the Board of Education. The town council has no way, cannot reject those. The original legislative language had wording in it that said that the council had to approve the expenditure, but then it also said the council can't deny the expenditure. So it was kind of, and that's what they were trying to incorporate into this MOU, which made the MOU clunky, right? Because they're trying to incorporate that original legislative language. It became clunky. So they've since taken that out of the legislative language, made the legislation really clear that only the local Board of Education deals with expenditure. And so at one point in time, back in 2016, 2017, those memos of we want to expend this amount of money on a greenhouse roof, that was actually put on the council agenda as an action item. You guys would take action on something you couldn't deny. It made no sense. Made no sense. So since the legislation has changed, we don't do that anymore because it makes no sense.
So our MOU
Right.
just has to match the legislation.
So I
as
just
it
need to
is
clean,
written.
and really, the people that were here at the time knew that number 3 dealt with the expenditure out. I understand that somebody that has never been part of that process looks at the MOU and goes, I don't know what this is about. I totally get that. Like, we could have been more clear in that MOU language. And that's really what I'm trying to say, is we can clean that up, but I don't know I don't know that that's going to change what is before you today.
And then you look at number 2, and number 2, my opinion would be that would apply with number 3 on expenditures, but if you read it the way it's written, it is so vague.
It is.
It almost seems, because it's following the transfer of funds, and then it talks about formal request for transfer of funds.
Right.
It doesn't say whether it's going into the account, whether it's coming out of the account. Just reading it the way it's worded, it's very confusing, especially when you get a resident who's never seen this before,
Yes.
never dealt with it before, and then I get the phone call, what does this mean?
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's because they use the word transfer for everything.
Yes.
Right? And that's what
Yes.
that's really what makes it so clouded, is because they use the word transfer for everything when with the expenditure part, they should have used the word expenditure as opposed to transfer. But again, they were trying to mirror the language back then. And again, we just haven't changed any of that.
Yeah. Or if it was changed to transfer to or transfer from. Exactly. Something to identify.
Correct.
Which way the money's getting transferred into or out of the account.
It made perfect sense to everybody sitting around the table in 2016.
Yep.
Just saying.
And I will say, myself and the majority of people here weren't here in 2016.
Correct, right, which is why we have to, we really should rush it up. But again, I don't think that changes what's before you tonight.
Okay. All right.
I've got a question. So if we vote tonight to approve, it's only for a town hearing, right?
It's for a public hearing.
Public hearing.
And then a special town meeting. But I will say, it's the public hearing first, and then there will be an action item on the town council's agenda on the June 4th meeting for you to send it to special town meeting. So you're gonna hold a public hearing.
Okay.
And you're gonna listen to everybody's public comment. And if you get an overwhelming, response that says you should never do this, the town council can decide to not send it to special town meeting. That has happened in previous items or you make the motion if, there's overwhelming support or you feel that this should go to special town meeting for the town meeting floor to vote on it, then the council sends it to town meeting. And that happens on the same night.
Now, if there was a desire from the council to transfer a different amount other than the 411,000, I know 411,000 would be the maximum, at what point would the council have the ability to change that number? Tonight, or would that be?
Tonight would be the optimal time to do that, because then you're communicating well to the public as to what you are looking for public hearing on. But that, I'm sure, I believe, could be changed even the day of. But I would say, for transparency purposes,
Well, isn't that the
changing the
point of
number
a
would be the
public
right.
hearing, to bring stuff about, and then after that fact, if at the public hearing, there's enough to change the dollar amount, which would add more confusion, but but the money taking from our general fund to go to the non-lapsing account has to happen before June 30th.
Yes, that public hearing
And that's where we are
needs
with
to
the
happen before
timeframe
then.
on making, if we change the memo of understanding and wait for that before we make the transfer, then we're gonna get into problems with timing.
Let me ask this just so I understand what's going on. I'm not trying to say yes or no or anything. Can we not send it to a hearing and then it just dies?
Correct. You have
Okay,
that
just-
option to
just so I
say,
understand, yeah.
we don't even want to do this. You absolutely do have that option.
And there's also the option, if you wanted to send a different amount other than the 411,000, that could be done tonight as well. So, I will say feedback I've heard from the public, I've gotten a lot of pushback on this account in general because of the amount of it, but where the cap is. So that's, that the cap is too high is what the feedback I've gotten. Any further
Yeah, I've got
discussion?
a couple, on the cap, some people, not too many, but a few. But then they say, well, you have the town council has the option of not moving the money from the general fund to the non-lapsing account. So way back when, the discussion was if the Board of Ed doesn't have to ask approval of the town council where they're gonna spend it, but then the town council has the when they look at where the money, when it's going in, that's where you have the option to say, we're not putting any more money, we're not gonna fund it. So, and then, looking at, under the financial summary, I'm trying to make sense out of this, is 2,125,754 is the anticipated surplus from the 2022-23 fiscal year, which would be transferred to the unexpected education.
The 411,000 is what the request is to be transferred.
But
Their
where-
total unexpended funds for the fiscal year 22-23 is the $2.1 million. This transfer, meaning the 411,000, I probably should have wrote, this transfer of $411,000 would not exceed the unexpended cap of $2 million. And I reiterated their total surplus. And then the remaining balance of that surplus, if you minus the 411,000 from the 2.1 million, that gives you a remaining surplus of 1.7 million. That goes into just general fund balance.
Basically, the 411 is just capping it off.
The 411 just brings it back up to the $2 million. That's all it does.
So after the 400, they're still returning 1.7?
Correct.
Okay.
From fiscal year 23, yes.
And also, when you look at
Oh, yeah,
the,
that cap is too high.
the 2023 to 2024 estimate, the current fiscal year, it looks like they've expended 117,000 out of the non-lapsing account. So
Correct.
this 411 would bring it to the 2 million.
Right.
Then in the current year, they've already expended 117
Yes.
out of what would be 2 million. Because this is going back to.
This is assuming that this transfer is
Yes,
made.
yep.
If the transfer isn't made, right, if this 411,000 is not made,
They would have roughly 1,471,000.
right,
So in a sense, about 1.5 million.
yep, just under 1.5. Yep.
Mary, do you know off the top of your head how long it was at that 1.75 before it got raised to 2?
So I want to say that was only at 1.75 for, I think roughly maybe a year, maybe 2 years, that it was at the 1.75. So since 2016 to 2020, there's the original, and then there's 3 amendments. It originally started at 500,000 and then went to 1 million, went from 1 million to 1.75, and then finally up to 2 million.
Oh, no, that's okay, go ahead. I was just doing math.
2016.
16, yeah.
Yep, 2016. It's okay.
And I will say, during my time on the council, there were times when the Board of Ed requested the cap be even higher
Yes.
than what the council
Right.
approved.
I remember.
I believe, no, I think was it
Yeah,
longer
last
ago
year.
than that?
They did, they asked for it.
2021?
Yeah, and in the one of the iterations in 2020, they had asked for it to be 2 million. That's when it came in at the 1.75, that the council didn't go to the full 2 million. So there's been a few different times that they've requested an increase, and the council it met some of the increase, but not all of it, or did not increase the cap at all.
By any chance, do you know what the maximum they've expended in a fiscal year out of this account is?
I don't have that right in front of me. I would have to go back and do that historical view. I will say that I think the 411 is pretty close to probably one of the bigger years. I think all the other years were significantly smaller. No, not transferred, expended.
Yeah.
The expended part, I don't know the 700,000. Yeah, that's true. 746,000 was probably the highest, because that was the amount that they expended in order to bring it back up to a cap. So that's probably their highest. I'll go back and do the historical on it to
All
make
right, so-
sure, because there
so-
may have been an increase in the cap too, in order to get them to the 746. So I'll do a historical view on that. I can provide that.
Didn't they use funds from that one year for the turf field?
No, they
Nope.
used, what was it?
They used
500,000 out of surplus.
They used unexpended funds in that given year before they ended the fiscal year.
Yeah.
So they just used operating funds for that.
Yep.
They are allowed to do that. They're the Board of Education. They can expend the funds
Wherever they want.
in accordance to their,
The line items are guidelines, but just like when, at the annual town meeting, you can only make adjustments at the bottom line.
That's it.
X number of dollars for, X number of dollars out. On the town side, you gotta go line item by line item if you wanna do anything. So
Mhm.
it's, yeah, it's challenging.
Yep.
Where you are.
All right, so based off what we have tonight, what we know as of tonight, the most they've expended in 1 year was the 746,000.
and that's assuming that
And
that's
that's
not.
assuming that wasn't an increase to bring it up to the cap, but looking at that was the 22-23 year, that may have been when the cap was increased, because the cap was because a memorandum of understanding went into effect in April of '21.
So that
I
would have
don't-
been actually the request from the fiscal year 2022, so 21-22. That would have been the 746,000, would have been
Okay.
from the 21-22 fiscal year.
Okay.
And that may have been when that cap
Capping.
change went into effect, as well as the percentage increase from 1.5% to 2%. So
Yep.
that could incorporate some of that, but again, I would need to do that historical deep dive. I would say the 411 it is one of your higher years. It may not be the highest, but it is one of the higher utilizations.
Okay. So even if we did nothing, if this didn't go to town meeting, they still have basically 3 times what they spent last year, over 3 times what they spent last year in an all-lapsing account.
At the 1.5.
Yeah, at what's in there now, if we didn't cap it off, if we didn't top it off.
And this is like emergency, is that what this?
No, it can be used for anything, whatever they want.
Well, yes, it is, because it's outside of your budget.
Okay.
But according to the legislation,
And the highest it
according.
can be is 2 million.
That's what
cap.
the town has imposed and the MOU as a cap. According to the legislation, this fund can be used for any educational purpose by the Board of Education, and in the legislation, they have no cap. It just allows the Board of Education to request to transfer up to 2% of their total budget that's unexpended at the end of the year. Killingly, in our MOU, made it a bit more restrictive in that we put a cap. So they can't have any more than that cap value in the account. But it can be used for any educational purpose.
And then every time they came for an increase, we never went to that maximum. Because it,
I believe the
like there was
first time,
150, and then they wanted 2 million, they came up with
1 point, yeah.
1.75.
And then they wanted 2 1/4.
Then they wanted 2 1/4,
and
we went to 2. So there's been,
Some back and forth. Agreed.
right,
Yeah.
right, it's been negotiated, but we never
Yeah.
really changed the language per se.
Yeah, that's the part
As
that
you wanna
should
clear
be
it
cleaned up.
But it also has to be done by June 30th, then otherwise, then we're doing funds from the next.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's where, yeah.
But you can't do it until after the audit is complete.
Yeah, so how did we do it last year if the audit, we didn't get this until July?
That, we don't want to repeat that. Not that it's wrong. So let me be clear. We don't, it's not wrong. It's just.
Last year, why can't we do it this
Right,
year?
I understand that. It's number one, it's just not a good practice. It's not, there's not necessarily I don't want anybody to get the impression that we did anything wrong. We did not do anything wrong. It's just, there's additional steps on the audit process, and there's additional steps in that accounting process. So we really should not be in the practice of doing that. It's not something we should be consistently doing at all. It does impact, our explanations when we get to our credit rating agency. They have this weird fluctuation that's happening, and then you're explaining 2 years out, and why are you 2 years out on getting a decision made about a 2-year prior, financial impact. So trying to contain it into just the decision within that subsequent fiscal year meets the guidelines and the best practices. We really should stay with that.
Any further discussion? So,
So we're gonna be voting on,
right now, the motion on the floor is
To set the public hearing and
to
special town meeting.
set the public hearing and special town meeting on an ordinance authorizing the transfer of up to $411,463 to the established unexpected education funds account.
And if we don't do that, if we just let it ride,
Yep.
that money will go into the general fund.
The money's already in the general fund.
It'll stay in the general.
It'll
Well,
stay in the
it's-
general fund.
It's in the general fund.
Yeah.
It'll stay in
Now
the
we're taking- Yeah, we'll stay in
unexpended.
the general fund.
That's what I'm saying.
We're not
Yes.
refilling
Yes.
to the 2 million.
Right. It'll just remain.
1.6.
They'll have roughly 1.5 after their current year expenditures.
so either we do send it to June 4th, or we don't.
Yep.
And then they just don't get it.
Yep. Or we could even modify the number tonight and drop it down to 200,000 or 175,000 or 250,000, what,
1.75.
yeah.
But if we do drop it down, that could be changed at the town meeting, correct?
You're right, that could be
Yes.
changed at special town meeting
Yes.
by a resident. Yes, absolutely. That could get changed on the floor.
Yep.
Well, that's a compromise, I guess, if you're
Yeah.
saying go to not all of it. They've never expended it, say never.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing, they never drop down below, they don't use, what they have in there to me at 1.75 would be adequate for whatever use they've had since they've used it in 2016 to now.
They're not extending it.
Yeah, they're not.
So you can see that they used it to, for this year, they used it for the bleachers at KMS and to put doors on the bathrooms at KHS.
Which were
Yeah.
good things to use it for,
Yeah.
because then it doesn't go in the budget.
Yep.
I don't have my thing on.
And then like,
So it's a useful fund, I just
Yeah.
think that we keep just packing it up.
Then they
It
use
doesn't
a-
make any sense.
Well, we're
Yeah.
not going, the cap is established, we've already
Right.
established the
Right.
cap. So you can get it back and put it to there, but they asked last year to get the cap higher.
Again.
And we didn't
Right.
go that way,
Right. Yeah, they
So-
wanted 2 1/4, right? And we gave them
Right.
2.
and we stayed at
You
two.
stayed at 2.
We stayed.
So Here, this is just filling, so it's capped
At 2
at the
million
maximum. But the town, like I said, the town council has the discretion from, when we discussed this, how many years ago? If we don't put that money, if you don't take it from the general fund and put it in the non-lapsing account, if it was like, the council didn't like where it was being spent, you don't
You
put those
don't
monies
replenish
in
it,
there.
right.
Didn't they use a good chunk of that money one year for the KMS kitchen?
Yeah, that was in the previous fiscal year, 2023.
Yep.
They used 250,000.
I thought it was more than that, okay.
No.
Yeah, no, they used 250.
250,000. That same year, they used 28,000 for the Westfield elevator.
Yep. 25.
Or
That was
excuse
the
me,
increase.
I don't have my glasses on me
So
right now.
That 25,000 was only the increase in the elevator project, so it was, the elevator project was about $150,000, and then it exceeded that. So again, that's why I'd have to go back to the prior years and show what all the other expenditures were.
Yeah.
Same with the KMS bleacher project in the
Yep.
current year, that $7,800, that's just the increase.
Yep.
They had gotten that authorization in fiscal year 2022,
Yep.
and they were finally moving forward on that project. So many times when they authorize the project, sometimes it takes over a year for them to execute the project.
Yeah. Now, going forward with the KMS project, do you see any possible things where they would have to
Yeah, they would.
run into shortfalls on that KMS project that would be substantial, like the kitchen, the elevator,
At
stuff
this
like
point,
that?
I would say no. At this
Okay.
point, the KMS project, we're going to be looking at completion of that project in September.
Okay. And the
So-
Westfield Ave project, that wouldn't be on the Board of Ed, that would be on the town?
Right, because largely the renovations to that are our town. That being said, they're for the community center. That being said, if the town wants to, look at replacement of a heating system in that building, and there's additional funds needed, I mean, that is a Board of Education building, utilization of Board of Education as well. There might be some conversation there around that, but again, I don't know that they would act, the Board of Ed would have to be the one to activate the utilization
Yeah.
of non-lapsing.
Yeah.
And, where they would be with that collaborative effort, I'm not sure.
And the thing I look at, like this current fiscal year, we're 2 months, a little over 2 months away from the end of it, and they've only expended 117,000 this current fiscal year. So you look at almost 10 months.
I agree.
So,
I mean, I'm with Patty in the middle. I think the middle is, you don't need to go.
So if you're,
Dangerous though,
Yeah.
because then they could just, all they have to do is have a resident come in and raise it up to the maximum. If you go with nothing, then they can't raise it up, correct? Or can they still, no? 'cause it
No,
would be a
'cause
town
it
meeting.
would
we
never
don't-
go to special time. If you do not approve the setting of the public hearing at special town meeting, the item dies.
I don't think we want to cause animosity with the Board of Ed, though. I think the 1.75 is a compromise. When we see the history of how much it's been used over,
Not using
since
it.
2000, yeah,
There doesn't seem to be any abuse of it.
no.
A-
I just
and-
don't think it needs to be at 2 million.
and those are if it does go to public hearing, special town meeting, those are things we can bring up. And at that point, Ms. Clorio can supply us with, this is X amount they've spent each year historically, and present that to the public and let the public make the decision at that point. But I do understand, Mr. Whitehead's correct, that if it goes to, if we reduce it down to where it would bring it to $1,750,000, it could get changed on the floor back up to cap it up to the 2 million. So that is something we definitely have to consider if we're going to change the amount and then put it to public hearing.
Because they're asking for the 411, but they're returning 2.125 million?
1.7
1.7.
after the 4.
So after the.
But that's really
After
your,
the four.
so if somebody from the town meeting floor makes that motion and it ultimately passes, it has to be seconded by somebody on the floor. It has to receive majority vote of this at the special town meeting. So it's not just because somebody has made a motion. It's that it's received that support, which that's your community action, right? Like
Right.
that is part of that democratic process.
But I think
Yeah, it is.
if you trim that down to 1.75, I think you're still playing that daddy effect or mommy effect, or whatever.
What do you mean?
You know, you're knocking them down. They're gonna be upset about that.
But if
So
you
I
look
think
at
either
the,
way
I'd
you
like to
look
look
at
at
it-
trends. And since 2016, they haven't used, this is my
I
concern.
understand 100% what you're saying.
But what I'm saying, with the
thinking
MBR, we
mentally-
have to be careful. If we keep it at 1.75, and we see over the past couple of years, they've been using it to keep expenses out of our budget, and with the MBR, we can't minimize that, we can't lower the budget. So we're stuck at whatever they add into it, and it gets approved. So if we leave that 1.75, I think that's fair, based on what they've used in expenses. I don't think they should be upset about that. We're leaving that money there, and there's plenty to utilize based on how much they've used every year. It's not like we're cutting it to $1 million. I think we're
I'm in
being
full
fair in
agreement
a
with you,
tough
but I
tax
believe
year.
that they would probably be upset.
Okay, so I'll be the bad guy. If you guys want to leave it at 2
I'd
million,
say
it's
zero,
okay.
so I could definitely be the
I
bad
just
guy.
think
I
it's
have no issue
fair.
with that.
I think we have to be fair. I think they did a great job on, presenting the budget and where they're trying to make cuts and stuff, but this account can be used to keep things out of the budget, which increases every year. So I think it's a useful fund when they use it wisely, and I think under Dr. Nash, they're going to. I
But
think
I think their
they have-
budget, I think they're still playing with numbers because you're taking 700,000 pre-buying and you're saying that you're dropping the next year's budget. You're really not dropping next year's budget. You're adding that 700,000 to the next year's budget. So whatever your increase to the budget is gonna be, whatever, say they went up, 2%, 5%, you still have to add that 700,000 on.
But it's not in the MBR.
But it's not affecting the bottom line, which is what hits the mill rate. So, it's moving the numbers around to different buckets, but I think we have to be conscious of not pushing that MBR out every year. So I think I respect that they have this non-lapsing account that they can use for expenses to keep it out of our bottom line. But I don't think it needs to be at 2 million based on trends that we've seen how much they use per year out of that fund. That's all I'm saying. I think the 1.75, we can put it at 2 million, whatever, but I would never increase it beyond the 2 million. And my concern is if we leave it at the 2 million, they're gonna come back again and want 2.25. If we force it and keep it at the 1.75, that's sending a message we're not going beyond that.
Yeah, but we already did.
that's-
We already went to the 2 million.
Right, but look how much.
We're there now.
But look how much they're returning again.
Well,
Like, this
but-
is a lot of money.
Not to return anything?
I don't know that it doesn't seem realistic that I don't think it's possible. I don't think they'll ever fill all the positions to
I
not
don't either.
return money.
I
I
don't
think that's
either.
kinda silly to think, I think that's what it costs to run the school system.
Right.
I just don't think they're ever gonna spend it all. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think they're ever gonna fully spend it. I don't think so. What's the least that in the last, Tammy's going, what's the least that in the last 7 years that they've returned? What's the smallest amount? Would you say?
I would say that I don't know necessarily that I have what the smallest
Is it
amount
always
is,
in
but
excess of
Wasn't it?
$1 million?
there's
No,
been,
it's like
Oh, yeah, there's been-
350,000, like,
Yeah.
we did this, Mary, like 5 or 6 years ago, we had
more
that.
than that.
Yeah.
It's been more than that,
Yeah.
I would say, over the last,
As you look back, it was like the millions, and then it was 800,000, and then it was 7, because we did
So
that.
I believe there was times there was 200 and 300,000 but
Way
we're
at the
going
beginning.
back, yeah,
Way
like
at the beginning.
9-10 years, I believe.
They were mostly 1 million, 2 million, over 3 million.
But do you get a breakdown of why? Is it the breakdown of not filling positions? Is that the cause of returning this much money?
That was what was explained to us recently, especially after COVID, and I understand, they have to budget for all their positions.
Sure.
You have to take that into account because you're planning on filling them positions.
Yeah.
Whether that happens or not is a whole different story.
Okay, all right. So it's a little complex
Yeah.
to really figure out why are they returning this much or this little.
And then with all all the ESSER funds and all the grants they got, that was all that extra money infused in there
Okay.
that may have offset other money they would have spent on stuff.
Okay.
That could have added to the surpluses too.
I found it. This is
Okay.
from ULA. So 2014 to 2015 was the smallest at 73,000.
And that was before the non-lapsing was set up.
Yes.
So once they set that up, fill it up. So, yeah.
So even when they had the extra appropriations, they still ended up returning a lot of that money back into the budget. We asked for, 200,000, but we returned 150. That's in there somewhere too.
I think we should send it to the public hearing as it is and let it,
Let it ride.
get comments from the public.
I think so. I mean, it's fair. It seems like it's democratic, it's the process. I don't mind with the number, though.
Along with-
You said you could change the number.
Yeah, we
Along
can
with
change the
Mary
number
updating
now.
the MOU, obviously, but we'll send it to the public hearing and have the updated MOU or work on the wording
Well,
of
we
that.
won't have an updated
But-
MOU by the time it goes to
That'll
public
go
hearing.
through,
It's gonna
right, that'll
take
go,
months.
okay, yep, yep.
It'll be for the next year, though. It'll be changed at least.
Yeah,
You're good.
yeah, we'll get this cleaned up before the next request.
I mean, it could still go as is, because they've already expended up 117 out of it anyway.
Just a suggestion. I can send it the way it is.
Now, if we were to reduce it to $1,750,000, that would be $161,463, if my math is right.
Because of what they've already expended.
No, that's based off of the 411,463 would bring it to 2.
Yeah.
You take 250,000 off of it.
Okay.
A transfer of $161,463
Gets them to
would be,
175.
yeah, 175.
I like that number.
So right now, the motion on the floor is for the 411,463. Is there a motion to change that number?
I'll make that motion.
Okay.
I'll second.
Motion has been made by Ms. George, second by Mr. Giambattista,
Change it to what number?
to change it to $161,463.
161. 460.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all is in favor of the amendment to the original motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Abstentions? Motion carries. So at this point, we've approved the amendment to the motion. So now I will open up to any further discussion on the motion as amended. Seeing none, all is in favor of the motion as amended, which is approval of a resolution to introduce and set June 4th, 2024 for a public hearing and special town meeting on an ordinance authorizing a transfer of up to $161,463 to the established unexpended education funds account. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Abstentions? Motion carries. We'll now move forward on the agenda. Next item up is item 15E, consideration and action on a resolution approving the proposed fiscal year 2024 to 2025 WPCA sewer fund budget. Can I get a motion to adopt this?
I'll make that motion.
Motion has been made by Mr. Grandelski, seconded by Ms. Barclay. This is the budget that was presented earlier this evening by our town engineer. We have a motion and a second. Ms. Clory, is there anything you have to add to this?
Nothing else to add.
Okay, thank you. Discussion? Seeing none, all is in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. We'll now move on to item 15F. Consideration and action on a resolution to set the date of June 4, 2024 for a public hearing on the proposal to authorize the town manager to expend up to $360,000 of American Rescue Act funding for the stormwater box culvert replacement project. Can I get a motion to adopt this?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Motion has been made by Mr. Grandelski, second by Mr. Gambatista. Ms. Caloria, could you go over this, please?
Yes, so this is with regards, the next immediate action item that was identified in the box culvert study that was done. This section, which is under where the brickyard is going to be, has the top cap, so the sides of this box culvert is stacked stone. The cap is a concrete cap that has a lot of cracking all the way through it. It was identified in that study as needing more immediate attention and repair, given that there would be eventual concerns around any weight over the top of it. Also taking into account that, we try and do projects from the very bottom up, as opposed to doing a brickyard and the installation of all of the amenities of a brickyard and then have to turn around and rip it up because we have a box culvert that runs right through it, right? So, I know that this was key for some of our council members with regards to making sure that all of this was timed appropriately to make sure that we weren't disturbing something that we were already making investment in. So what is before you, we looked at two different options. We looked at the scenario one of replacing the full box culvert, which that's what's before you tonight at the $360,000. This was reviewed by the fiscal subcommittee. The other alternative that we looked at was, what if we just replace the top of it, that top concrete slab? That is actually pretty much almost the same price, because once you start taking off that top cap slab, you're likely going to have disintegration or impacts of the side walls as well, as that is removed. So this is essentially going to be replacing that structure, and it really runs from where the Foundry building is across that small section of parking lot, and then exits across the main old former Imperial Room parking lot, our Furnace Street parking lot, covers that entire section, goes across all that whole section, and terminates really at Furnace Street. So we would have to replace that entire box culvert section. We did incorporate repaving, really all of that Furnace Street parking lot, as well as the portion of the other parking lot, excluding where the courthouse parking lot is, where they lease from us, and one small segment by the Elks. We did not include that in paving because they were more natural terminuses, if you will, of pavement. If we wanted to repave that entire municipal parking lot area, this cost would increase by about $55,000 to incorporate repaving of the courthouse parking lot and that little section over by the Elks. So if that, I did determine that number after the fiscal subcommittee, but the fiscal subcommittee met unanimously voted for this to move forward to the town council for approval and recommended this for approval to the town council. I did provide you a breakdown of where we are with regards to the town's American Rescue Plan Act funding. We currently have just under 1.7 available to be, that's unallocated, and this project is $360,000.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. We'll now move on to the agenda. Next item up is item 15G, consideration and action on a resolution to adopt the goals for the duration of the terms of the office for the current town council. Can I get a motion to adopt this?
I'll make that motion.
Motion has been made by Mr. Catullo, seconded by Ms. Barclay. This is just the outcome of our goal-setting meeting that we just had to adopt the goals we set during that. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Next item up is item 15H, consideration and action on a resolution authorizing the allocation of American Rescue Plan Act funds for Connecticut Senior Centers under Public Act 22-146. Can I get a motion to adopt this?
I'll second it.
Motion has been made by Ms. Barclay, second by Mr. Cottula. Ms. Clory, could you go over this, please?
Yes, the state of Connecticut allocated additional state ARPA funds, so this is not out of the town's ARPA funds, that it has to be dedicated for qualifying existing senior centers. We have 2 applications before you. These both went before the fiscal subcommittee. The fiscal subcommittee did not make any recommendation on these. They did forward these to the town council as a whole for you to consider them. The total Killingly's allocation under this program is just under $37,000. And that is based on a base allocation and then an equity formula that was applied by the state to develop that number. The 2 applications you have before you, the Quinnebog Valley Senior Center, they submitted an application for replacement of a heat exchanger for their HVAC as well as their roof replacement for that section of the building. The building is owned by the town of Brooklyn, but that section would be the section that is utilized and leased by the senior center. I did speak with Claire Cote, who is the senior center coordinator and municipal liaison that basically is reviewing all of these applications. She did confirm that that roof projects have been eligible under this program. She can't, give a definitive, approval of this specific application because she hasn't received the application yet. But she has had other roofs that have been eligible. Infrastructure in general has been eligible under this project, under the ARPA funds. So that was a concern that was raised by the fiscal subcommittee. I did speak directly with Claire Cote with regards to that. The other application that's before you is being submitted by the town of Killingly, and that is for new projector and projector screen, a larger one to be able to allow for greater distancing of our seniors and a higher capacity of viewing for our senior movies and other events that could occur, including, veterans. The equipment that is being proposed can be and would be moved to the new auditorium once we move over to Westfield Avenue. I will say that in my conversations with Ms. Cote at the state, she did indicate that I think that there would be some concern at the state level if the town did not allocate any funds to our QV Senior Center, given that the town has funded and subsidized that as a senior center for decades. I think that there would be some concern around that if there were absolutely no allocation to the senior center. So the town council has the opportunity before them. And I did draft the resolution this way in where I left those numbers blank. If you chose to fund pieces or parts or whole of one and not another, that is completely up to the town council in making that decision. This item is not required to go to public hearing. This is an item that you would just be designating the allocation of those funds.
Mr. Chair,
Thank
point of
you.
order. I'd like to extend the meeting for 15 minutes to 11:15. We should be through at that point.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Have a motion from Mr. Grandolski to extend the meeting to 11:15, seconded by Mr. Cottula. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. At this time, we'll open up for discussion. Comments on the resolution before us.
I would like to keep a majority of the money in Killingly. I mean, we are already supporting the Brooklyn Senior Center, and plus we did use some of our ARPA funding to reimburse them for upgrades for their HVAC system.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Well, this is opera funny above and beyond what we already had, right? So this isn't coming out of what was.
Yeah.
Right, this is not part of the town's ARPA allocation. This is a separate program that the state used from the state's allocation of ARPA funding that was directed specifically to the aging population.
What was the money? How much? I'm sorry.
A total of just under 37,000 has been allocated for Killingly senior centers. And they have to be a qualifying senior center, so, the town of Killingly, we haven't necessarily called our community center a senior center or any specific location as a senior center. And there is no requirement on this, as to having one specific location to be a senior center. It's usually, many of them are incorporated within community centers, so we've outlined within our application how we meet those eligibilities.
How much was the projector?
The 25 for the projector.
And Brooklyn is receiving 20,880.
I did ask from Claire Cote to clarify how many, what other towns might have contributed to Brooklyn's request, to the QV Senior Center's request. Brooklyn has allocated 100% of their funding to them, and Eastford has allocated a quarter of their request. So their request, their funding was like $7,500 divided by 4, and that's what QV got. No. The only ones that have contributed or allocated this funding towards the QV Senior Center is Brooklyn and Eastford.
I would put a motion on the table that we give enough money to our seniors for the projector, and then the balance goes to Brooklyn. So 30 and 7,000, whatever the balance goes to Brooklyn. That way we have plenty of money for the projector, and worst case scenario, we have to come up with the money for the screen.
So that would have a balance to Brooklyn of 11,674 if I use 25,000 even.
Tax and shipping.
So-
I'm saying my motion would be $30,000.
I get it. I didn't hear that part, sorry. No, my fault.
That was kind of a mumble jumble, but.
It's okay.
So that would roughly be 20% to them, 80% to us, which isn't far off of what Eastford did with the 25% to them.
Just a suggestion.
Okay. How does everyone else feel about keeping 30 for Killingly and giving this 6,674 to the QV Senior Center? Okay. Ms. Gloria, do you think that would satisfy the issue the state would have if we didn't?
Historically, what do we do?
This is a first.
So historically, we have funded them through our regular operating funding, which you have them in in your operating budget this coming year at 35,000 and that number has grown over time, where we have supplied more funding over time. I believe that increased last year by 5,000. They were historically getting 30,000. It increased by 5,000. So we've never been in this situation because there hasn't been this funding availability.
My next question would be, now we are, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're bringing on a senior agent that we're going to be paying?
Municipal agent to the elderly, I'll be looking to 10,400 that I have in the recreation budget. That individual has been, they're currently part of our recreation staff right now. They've been kind of doing a little pitch hitting for us right now, as we don't have a municipal agent for the elderly.
Okay.
But, so I, would be looking to get that one onboarded, but.
Now, that is something that QV had supplied in the past?
Historically, we actually used to have an independent person doing that. They largely spent time at the senior center. And then when that person moved on, the then senior center director specifically was individually named, not the senior center, but the
Okay.
individual director was individually named at that time. When that individual stepped away, she resigned from that position at the same time. She was having some health challenges at the time. She resigned from that position as well. And so we haven't had another named one since then. So I know that the senior center does provide a number of those resources as well, though, too.
Yeah.
So, it's kind of a collaborative effort
Yeah.
with that.
But that's just like how we discussed with any of the other nonprofits that, each town has services and the residents are gonna decide where they're gonna go for those services. Because those services are provided by the library, has a lot of.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep, we do. And again, that's, where are they comfortable? Where is most easily accessible to them? Sometimes they're already there, and that's where they seek those services. So, between our library and our community center, we provide a lot of those referral, it's really the concern that the state had about Killingly being eligible was whether or not we currently are doing those referral services, not just, recreation or recreational programming or even educational program. They really are wondering, who's helping with that referral. So if a senior is coming in, has a question on how to navigate something, do we have somebody in place? And, our library staff and our recreation staff already assist on some of those levels already. They've been doing that all along, just not formally being called a senior center, so.
Thank you. So far, I've got the recommendation from Mr. Whitehead to 30,000 for the town of Killenly, 6,674 to QV Senior Center. Any other suggestions?
That's 1/6.
Yep.
How much was the projector for the? Oh, it was 25,000?
It's 25, and I will say, number one, we don't pay tax, so that would not be an add to it. And I believe they already evaluated for delivery, and I think there was, I don't think that there was, it's free there was free shipping. So there wouldn't be any additional cost beyond the 25,000. Not that I'm trying to cut our number, it's just, I want to be fair with what the intent is.
That gives them a little extra money if they want to buy the screen, But you can change it around.
I'm just saying that if that's, I want to be transparent with what the quote actually says.
Now, they're already looking for the 35,000 in our service binder, right?
Correct.
So
You
we would
have
be
a
giving
request for
them
that.
42 in essence.
So the
the 7 come, not from us.
Right.
But that would be allocated to them, plus our 35. So I think it would be fair if we gave ours 30.
So the 35 is really for operations. This is really capital in nature. I mean, it's very separate, in what their utilization is. The 35,000 is really main operational cost. This is for true building infrastructure.
All right, so I know the projector was 25,000, but the 12,000 was for the screen, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if you're buying the projector, 30 would get us close to the cost of the projector and the screen and still give $6,674 to
Or what
QV
about,
Senior Center.
like 9, make it a quarter? 9,000, make it.
So they get 25%.
25%.
What you're saying?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think
That's
I'm a
probably better.
compromiser.
Okay.
I try to be.
Yeah, I think Mary's right, I think it's gonna be that not really upset.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that's not what we're supposed to do, it's best for the town.
Yeah.
And I'm a big rec guy, but
Yeah, I think that's.
I think the 25% is fair.
Okay.
I'm
So
hoping
it's-
that when the Westfield Avenue building opens, that we can have more senior services there
Oh,
available.
yes.
And concentrate our money at our senior center.
Yeah.
And,
Then we'll have people coming from other towns.
yeah,
They're
so
just gonna be-
if we could get that 35,000 allocation going to our senior center, that would be really good.
Unfortunately, this 36,000, that 35,000. I was
Yeah.
like, this
Yeah.
36,000 has to be used for existing. We
Yep.
don't get to use
Yep.
it for that.
Yep.
I understand what you're saying.
So
yeah, with
if we
35.
were to do 9,000 to QV, that would leave 27,674, which would cover the cost of the projector.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor, and the amounts would be $9,000 to the QV Senior Center project and $27,674 to the Town of Killenly Rec project, for a total allocation of $36,674. We already have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. At this time, we'll move on in the agenda. Next item up, I believe, is executive session, and we have, or excuse me, no, next item up is council member reports and comments. We have 3 minutes. Mr. Grandelski.
With the Conservation Commission, they talked about giving the awards. Well, Donna was here that night. They gave the award. We're discussing the forest management over at Chase Reservoir, but that's out there. We're waiting for the state and those people, whatever they're gonna do. And they're gonna try to have some bus tours that everybody likes. They were gonna make another one, possibly. They're gonna work on that also. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Gamptista.
I have ag commissions tomorrow, so that's all. I did did go to the Board of Rec with Tammy. That was good. They talked about the Easter egg hunt in the park. They have the bike rodeo coming up, and there wasn't a lot more than that. Talked a little bit more in the theater on Broad Street, and that was basically it for that one. Not a lot.
Thank you. Mr. Whitehead? Nothing. Thank you. Ms. Murphy?
I went to a couple Board of Ed meetings. I wasn't able to go to the wastewater meeting. Several things here, but I'll just focus for time. Tuition for Killingley High School next year, $16,088. KIS, $12,262. KMS, $12,484. Let's go right to the budget. So they've settled after deliberations on the budget at $48,212,561, with an increase of $1,407,443. And they settled on decision package of 1 athletic trainer, 1 SEL professional, 0.5 of a BCBA, which is another counselor type thing, director of mental health, student wellness and family engagement, and 0.5 of a shift custodian.
Thank you. Mr. Cottula?
Permanent Building Committee met, they had a bunch of PCOs again. They're, I think, 75% complete with the project and still on time and under budget.
Thank you. I had fiscal subcommittee, and we talked about the box culvert. And then I did attend that meeting as well today with Ms. Colorio when we had a virtual meeting with Frontier. Ms. George?
Whoops. I had the NDDH, as Mary already spoke about. They have the interim director all set. We voted him in last week to start working. And then Ag Commission, I get to go tomorrow night, first time.
Thank you. Ms. Barclay?
Housing Authority was canceled. Planning and Zoning had a workshop to go over the development, because the developers are taking advantage of open space when it's really not open space. And then Dave Capaccione went over, at the meeting, went over his budget, which he did with us, and a developer who wanted to change all of the zoning within Killingley withdrew his application.
Thank you. Next item up is executive session. We have nothing for executive session, so I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion has been made by Mr. Grandelski, seconded by Mr. Cottula. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstention? This meeting is adjourned.